good as your local police. We have the greatest police. They don't get the respect that they have to get. They are treated so badly. They do something and they end up losing their pension, even if it's a good thing. If they stop crime nowadays, they lose their pension, their family, their house. And we're going to give immunity to police, and we're going to let the police do the job that they have to do.
Because when we think about the strength of our democracy, you know, I think that there's a duality to the nature of democracy. When it's intact, oh, it's so strong in terms of what it does to uphold and protect individual rights and freedoms. So strong in its nature. And it is very fragile. It will only be as strong as our willingness to fight for it.
And if I don't win this election, Israel, with Comrade Kamala Harris at the helm of the United States, is doomed. Israel is doomed. That's a tough statement. Israel will be gone. 1 year, 2 years, Israel will no longer exist. I better win. I better win, or you're going to have problems like we've never had. We may have no country left. It may be our last election. You want to know the truth? People have said that. This may be our last election. You got to get out and vote. This could be our last election.
And let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
Price controls, wealth confiscation, energy annihilation, reparations, the largest tax increase ever imposed, and mass amnesty and citizenship for tens of millions of migrants who will consume trillions of dollars in federal benefits. And
if you elected president, would you sign that bill if it came across your desk?
When I am elected president, I will sign that bill. Listen, the reality also is this. Any policy that will benefit black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because whatever benefits that black family will benefit that community and society as a whole and the country, right?
Hey y'all, gravity. Any evening above ground, live it. Hope y'all had a fantastic day in between lives, of course. But we got a lot to cover before 9 o'clock. And this punk Andrew Cuomo testified in front of Congress over the nursing home fiasco. So we gonna take a look at that. But you know what we got to do beforehand.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purpose, such as criticism, commenting, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, education, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
You know, let me go here. There's a growing concern.
All right. This should be interesting. Well, let's go.
As requested, please limit your oral statement to 6 minutes, as we agreed upon. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 5 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 6 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Mr. Cuomo to give an opening statement.
Thank you. First, to the families of the victims here today and across the country, I am sorry for your loss, and I believe you are owed an apology because this country should have done better. There is no reason why we lost 1.2 million people, more than any country on the globe, when we have the most sophisticated medical system. This committee must deliver real answers so it never happens again, and I am here today to help in that mission. As you know, New York was hit first and worst by COVID through no fault of its own. I did daily briefings, and millions listened in because they wanted, no, because they needed information and guidance. And yes, I often vehemently disagreed with President Trump because from day one, he willfully deceived the American people, denying COVID's very real threat, telling us that it was like the flu, it would go away by Easter, it was a Democratic hoax, use Clorox. And his lies and denials delayed our response, let the virus spread, and this country never caught up. Trump literally said, I take no responsibility, and he fabricated political attacks blaming Democratic governors, including saying that New York issued a health order on March 25th, having COVID-positive people enter nursing homes from hospitals, which recklessly and needlessly caused thousands of deaths. And then Trump weaponized the Department of Justice, starting investigations against New York and 3 other Democratic states. Trump's shocking allegations, all false, were designed to shift blame from him to Democrats, and they did. They also created great pain, confusion, and fear for families. And this subcommittee, run by Republicans, repeats the Trump lies and deceptions, and it inherently makes 2 powerful admissions.
Come on now.
First,
So that's all.
their report does not deny, contrary to what New York Republicans said for 4 years.
How does he lie like this? Sir, you the one that put him in the nursing home, not Trump. How is he lying?
This is way over the edge. Like we it's not even over the edge. We died already.
This is beyond the event horizon. Like we about to hit the vortex.
Yeah, we about to hit the vortex.
Yeah.
This piece of crap literally killed people, young and old. The Fed gave him an entire Navy ship for bodies. And he said, no, we're not going to use it. I think they used it for like 200 people. It had a capacity for tens of thousands. Waste of taxpayer dollars. What? All right, continue lying.
Years. It does not deny that it was actually the Trump administration, the CMS and CDC, that first said in early March that COVID-positive people could go from hospitals to nursing homes, even if they were still infectious. That was your ruling. The committee attempts to argue that the New York advisory didn't follow the CMS guidance and overrode safety laws. But that has already been investigated by the New York Attorney General, who said you're wrong and who
The Democrat. The Democrat. All right.
confirmed the March 25th advisory was in total compliance with federal guidelines and that all New York's nursing home laws remained in effect, period. In addition, the
people
report
couldn't see their
provides no
families.
evidence to support Trump's main allegation, repeated for 3 years, that New York's guidance killed thousands in nursing homes. In fact, the report finds no causality whatsoever, not one death, all hype.
What?
Why? Because it never happened. All credible studies now say that COVID came into nursing homes through community spread and infected staff, not hospital admissions or readmissions. Numbers don't lie.
Is he serious?
35 states had a higher death rate in nursing homes than New York,
Oh my
including
God.
Ohio. Most Republican states actually had a higher death rate in nursing homes than New York in 2020. And that fact damns them and
Oh
reveals
my
their hypocrisy.
God.
But these are all diversions to blame New York and other states for the culpability of the federal response, which was malpractice. There was no preparation, no PPE, no testing, no masks, no science, no leadership. As one Republican governor said about Trump, the general was missing in action, leaving 50 states bidding against each other for scarce medical supplies. It was the COVID Hunger Games. The federal government was nowhere to be found.
Deflection!
New Yorkers remember well those traumatic days when the only sound that echoed through the empty streets were the constant sirens from ambulances, when mass graves were being dug on Hart's Island, when bodies were being stored in refrigerated trucks. Our hospital system nearly collapsed, and Trump was threatening to send federal troops to blockade New York so no one could leave. That was the federal response. And yes, New Yorkers were scared, but they were New York tough, and they showed that they responded to government leadership when they believed it was based on facts. In that moment in New York, there were no Democrats and Republicans. There were just New Yorkers helping and relying on each other. They were guided by their better angels. They followed science, took vaccines, wore masks, and acted responsibly, one for another. New Yorkers' heroic actions brought us back from the brink and saved many, many lives. When COVID started in 2020, we had the highest death rate in the country. But at the end of 2021, remarkably, New York had a lower death rate than 30 states. But even with all New Yorkers did, we lost far too many. And I'm sorry for every life lost. In closing,
You
I know
were
this is a
the
political
leader,
year,
you
and I
dick.
testified before many, many congressional committees. But this issue really matters. There will be another pandemic, and they will pull out your report for guidance.
Oh
I hope
my
it has
God.
real answers. God forbid 1.2 million people died in vain. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for as much time as I may consume for questions, with equal time being afforded to the ranking member of the committee. The question is asked, did the federal government require that the state of New York mandate that its nursing homes admit or readmit residents? The answer is no. Did the federal government mandate that your state issue a directive that prohibited a nursing home from testing an admitted or readmitted resident for COVID-19? The answer is no. In fact, I don't believe I'm aware of any other state besides yours that expressly prohibited a nursing home from testing returning or newly admitted residents. Only in New York. The other states that have been alleged, issued similar orders, none were in place as long as New York. So many states reversed course. And I surmise, because it doesn't take a doctor to realize that it was a dangerous, misguided plan. Nevertheless, Governor, you've maintained and testified to us since the pandemic that your directive was based on and consistent with CMS and CDC guidelines. You're a lawyer, so you know the difference between permissive versus prescriptive language, I assume.
Talk your stuff.
And the word shall and must, are they permissive or prescriptive? Governor, are the words shall and must permissive or prescriptive?
Depends on the context.
Well, those words are right in the directive. This was not advisory or guidance. You have also claimed that the directive followed CMS and CDC guidance. Did you ever speak with anyone at CMS or CDC about the directive beforehand?
You'd have to ask the Department of Health had those conversations.
So what you're saying is you did not ever speak with anyone at CMS or CDC about the directive beforehand. I'm asking you. I can ask them later, but I
spoke to the CMS and CDC about a number of matters.
Did
I
you
don't believe
speak to them about the directive beforehand, your directive?
I did not speak to them about this directive,
Okay.
to the best of my recollection.
Not even after? After
Talk
the
your
directive? Did you
stuff. He
speak with
getting
them?
at it.
To the
He
best of
getting
my
at him.
recollection,
Get it.
no. Nor did they speak with me.
Not even to ensure that what you
No, they
were-
never called.
Okay.
Now they
In
never
fact, no one we
called.
interviewed
Daring.
said they consulted with them to ensure the applicable science was being followed. Former White House coronavirus coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, she was in charge of all federal guidance in 2020. She testified that your order absolutely violated CMS guidance.
Talk your
Is it your
stuff.
position that Dr. Birx lied?
My position is you deceived Dr. Birx. You suggested to Dr. Birx that we did not have transmission-based precautions in place, and that was not true. As you know, the Attorney General conducted this investigation. This is not new news. These charges were made 4 years ago. You then had 3 Department of Justice investigations that reviewed them. You then had an Attorney General's investigation that reviewed them. The Attorney General of New York, who governs the New York law and interprets the New York law, found exactly contrary to what you are saying and said it repeatedly. And you know she said it repeatedly.
Oh my
She
God. I
said,
hate
quote,
him.
the March 25th advisory
I
did not
hate him.
require admission of COVID-19 patients into nursing homes, but rather said the admission could not be denied solely. Merriam-Webster says that means only
Oh,
on the
Lord, he done
basis
whipped out a
of the COVID
dictionary.
diagnosis. The Attorney General said, while some commentators, and these were Republican commentators she was referring
Now
to,
he's gonna
suggested
blame
Department of
Fox
Health March
News.
25th guidance was a directive that nursing homes accept COVID-19 patients, even if they could not care for them. Such an interpretation would violate statutes and regulations that place obligations on nursing homes to care for residents. The March 25th guidance was consistent with the CMS guidance. The March 25th guidance was consistent with the CMS guidance. If nursing homes have the ability to adhere to infection prevention and control recommendations, it was also consistent with CDC published transmission-based precautions. That's the Attorney General's position and opinion, and that's the law of the state of New York. And when you spoke to Dr. Birx, you posed the question suggesting we did not have infection protections in place, and that was not true.
Mr. Cuomo, you're a lawyer, so you know the difference between permissive versus prescriptive. language, I assume.
He went right back to him. Guess so.
In a context, I will interpret it for you, as the Attorney
words
General
shall-
did here.
Thank
As
you.
the Attorney General did here.
Yeah, are the words shall and must permissive or prescriptive?
Talk your
Depends on the
stuff.
context. In this context, the nursing homes were
dancing
not
better
directed
than,
to
most
accept
white people.
anyone.
So
It was up to the discretion of the nursing home. That was made abundantly clear. All the laws of the state of New York remained in effect. As a matter of fact, the law of the state of New York says they can only accept people who they can care for. The law of the state of New York says they have to do a full diagnosis before a person comes in. If they have a communicable disease, they have to have a written letter saying the person is not infectious or an infection plan in place. So every law in the state of New York governing nursing homes was in effect, sir.
Well, Governor, there might be a lot of lawyers who disagree with you. Using the
Attorney
word,
General
using the,
governs.
it's my, excuse me, using the word shall and must. These words are right here in the directive. This was not advisory or guidance. It wasn't. You have also claimed that the directive followed CMS and CDC guidance. Did you ever speak with anyone at CMS or CDC about the directive beforehand?
The Attorney General said it follows CMS guidance and is consistent with CMS guidance. When you talk about attorneys, yes, I'm an attorney. Yes, I'm the former Attorney General of New York. But the law is interpreted by the current Attorney General. That is how she interpreted the law. That is the law that was in place. That was the law that was in place during the pandemic. She has sued nursing homes for misconduct during the pandemic based on that
Thank
law.
you, Governor. My question was, did you ever speak with anyone, you, Governor Cuomo, did you ever speak with anyone at CMS or CDC about the directive beforehand? You, Governor Cuomo.
You asked that question and I answered the question and I said no.
Did you or not?
I said no. I answered the question.
Okay, thank
no.
you. Not even after, correct?
I said yes, and they never called me after. You would think if they had a problem with the directive, they would have called. If it was
You
so
di-
outrageous, that
You didn't even
suggest,
call
they would have
to, you
called.
didn't even call to ensure that what you were declaring was accurate. Yes or no?
I don't know if the Department of Health
Did you,
which issued-
Governor Cuomo, right now I'm talking to you, Governor
Yes.
Cuomo,
The-
did you even attempt to ensure that what you were declaring was accurate? I'm asking you.
Yes, I
I don't want to
understand.
hear about anyone else.
Okay, Department of Health issued 400 advisories, several per day. I did not speak
Thank
to
you.
CMS about
Sir, you were
400
running on
advisors.
In fact, no
TV
one
on
we interviewed said they
MSNBC,
consulted with them to
going
ensure
in talking
the
about how you were
applicable
saving
silence was being
everybody.
followed.
Shut up.
Former White House coronavirus coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, she was in charge of all federal guidance in 2020. She testified that your order absolutely violated CMS guidance. Is it your position that Dr. Birx lied?
You misrepresented the
I'm
facts
asking a
to
question.
Dr.
I'm
Birx.
stating what she said. I'm not misrepresenting anything
What
because this is what she said, and I just want you, I'm asking you if Dr. Birx lied. That's my question.
Dr. Birx said that the March 25th advisory, which you read to her in your words, didn't have appropriate infection control procedures. That was by your representation. The Attorney General's representation is the law of the state of New York was in effect, which has an infection control plan, mandates they only accept people who they can handle, mandates that if the person is a communicable disease, that it's treated before they accept the person or they don't. So the infection-based control precautions were in place. The question to Dr. Birx was, would you allow admission if there were no transmission-based precautions? And she said no. And I would agree, but they were in place.
So many states reverse course. And I surmise because it doesn't take a doctor to realize this is a dangerous, misguided plan taking place in New York. Nevertheless, Governor, you testified to us since the pandemic that your directive was based on and consistent with CMS and CDC guidelines. And you're a lawyer, so you know the difference between permissive versus prescriptive language, I assume. Are the words shall and must permissive or prescriptive?
It's not my lawyer. It's the Attorney General of the state of New York who interprets the law. That's how the law works, sir.
I now recognize the ranking member, Dr. Reeves from California, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Something I believe every member of the Select Subcommittee would agree on is the obligation that every public official has to be transparent with the American people, especially during a public health crisis. Transparency, including with public health data, is necessary for public trust, and it's expected of those who hold elected office. What's more accurate and comprehensive data is critical to develop forward-looking policies to prevent and prepare for future pandemics. As an emergency physician, I know firsthand that when dealing with a new and evolving public health crisis, every piece of data can help build a better picture of what we are facing and inform better decisions. Governor Cuomo, I appreciate your voluntary participation in today's hearing, as well as your cooperation with the Select Subcommittee in recent months. After reviewing nearly 200,000 pages of documents and conducting 10 closed-door interviews, questions still remain regarding the extent to which your administration was transparent in reporting nursing home fatality data, both with respect to the daily numbers and the numbers included in the July 6, 2020 New York State Department of Health report. As an initial matter, let's talk generally about your administration's public reporting of COVID-19 related deaths. So, Governor Cuomo, your administration publicly reported COVID-19 related deaths with a fatality tracker available on a public website, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The New York State Department of Health also posted a daily report specific to nursing home deaths on a publicly available webpage, right?
I don't know specifically what the Department of Health had separately.
You a damn lie.
Initially,
You
the
a damn
nursing home
lie.
fatality data included deaths both in facility and out of facility, meaning in the nursing homes or nursing home patients who were moved out of the facility to a hospital, for instance. However, in early May 2020, this reporting changed to only in-facility deaths. Was this change your decision?
No, sir.
Whose decision was it?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
This change
He's
obviously
done.
made the reported number of nursing home related deaths lower.
That is true. You
You
got
know,
caught doing that.
That was the reason for changing the reporting?
No, if I may, doctor. Every day, I personally did a daily briefing and reported the number of deaths. The surest place with the most certainty was this is the place where they died. Every night we got a census from the hospitals. Every night we got a census from the nursing homes, total nursing home deaths, total hospital deaths. I had confidence in those numbers. As the Republicans started this nursing home scandal theory, there were more requests for more subcategories. At-home deaths, probable deaths, presumed deaths, in facility, out of facility. And dealing with those subcategories, the numbers were less than certain and they were highly problematic because you were calling up a nursing home and basically asking them to do a forensic audit in the middle of a pandemic please track this patient. They went from the nursing home to home, and what happened? They went from the nursing home to the hospital. Can you find out what happened? The confidence level in the out-of-facility deaths or presumed deaths was very weak and very low. It was very important to me that whatever I said, I knew was accurate. They asked for out-of-facility deaths. They asked for presumed deaths. I said, when we have accurate numbers, I will release them. But I'm not going to release numbers that I don't believe, and we have reason to believe were false. And there was a lot of double counting and a lot of mistakes in those numbers. And doctor, my briefings attracted people because they got the truth.
You got an Emmy out of it.
And whereas President Trump would say a different thing every day, I only said what I knew to be a fact. And I was not going to put out a number unless I knew it was true. I said I was not putting out the out-of-facility deaths until I knew they were true, but the total number was unchanged. In other words, the out-of-facility deaths would have just reallocated deaths from hospitals to nursing homes and reduced the hospital number. But the total death number was exactly the same.
So the daily reporting was not the only way the New York State Department of Health shared nursing home fatality death with its public. There was a report released on July 6, 2020 that purported to be an in-depth analysis of nursing home data. During the past several months of transcribed interviews, select subcommittee staff heard from multiple witnesses that this report started off as a data-driven scholarly article with work from several Department of Health employees. But prior to its release, decisions were made by members of your executive chamber who were not public health experts to change the numbers in this report. Again, the changes made lowered the number of nursing home related fatalities included in the report. So were you aware of the fact that there were seemingly two versions of what was released as the July 6, 2020 New York State Department Health report?
There were, the purpose of the July 6th report was not to do a scholarly article for a medical journal. We were in the middle of a pandemic. And there may have been people who wanted to do a scholarly article for a medical journal, but this had a much more practical purpose. We're in the middle of a pandemic. How was COVID getting into the nursing homes? That was the question.
You were bringing people in there, sir.
And that was the purpose of the report. There were multiple sets of numbers because the numbers kept changing because the nursing homes were under tremendous pressure, and this was a tremendous accounting task that we were asking them to do. The report used the verified numbers, and I said, because this was a question every day, doctor, this was not like surreptitious. I said, when we have the out-of-facility numbers that we believe are accurate, we will release them. They were not in the July 6th report. The health commissioner said he had the verified numbers, there were unverified numbers. They both backed the same conclusion in the report. So he decided to use the verified numbers. And we said, when we audit the unverified numbers, we will release them. So it was everyone was always clear. Here's the total death. Here are the subcategories that we
and we're going to put it on TV.
Here's what we don't feel confident about. Also, this was very political at the time. President Trump was accusing me of overcounting the number. He said I was inflating the number to make him look bad.
But the number
there were actually fewer deaths.
They found out that it was inflated.
So it's ironic that now the accusation is, oh no, you were undercounting the number, right? But you have to pick it at one point.
So let me just ask you directly, and let me remind you that you are under oath, Governor. Did you direct your staff to make the number of nursing home related fatalities lower than they actually were?
No, we said these are the numbers without the out-of-facility death numbers, which we will add when they're accurate, which will reduce the hospital count number, but the total death number stays exactly the same. It was an allocation question. Do you allocate the death to the nursing home or do you allocate it to the hospital?
But
the total death number was the same.
You messed up.
And the only reason the Republicans were asking these questions about nursing home deaths was to further their conspiracy theory that there were massive deaths in nursing homes, which in my opinion was a pure diversion from the federal malpractice that was going on, because everybody knows that COVID did not get into nursing homes from admissions or readmissions. It came in from community spread.
Sent people in there.
And the reason why you had so many infected staff workers going to work was because the federal government had no PPE, no masks,
So
no
they weren't.
equipment,
So people
no
weren't getting
warning,
turned away from
no
hospitals. That's what
preparation.
you're saying.
We had a president who lied to us from day one.
The president lied to. Okay.
As ranking member of the Select Subcommittee, I'm committed to following the facts
he
for an
lie
objective
about the
analysis
ship?
of how COVID-19 impacted our communities across the country, all with the goal of putting us on stronger footing to prevent and prepare for future pandemics. As I said, accurate and complete data is vital to ensuring that we as a country are as prepared as possible to handle the next pandemic better than the last. And with that, I yield back.
I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Comer from Kentucky, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. Governor Cuomo, do you stand by the March 25th, 2020 directive?
The March 25th directive was based on the CDC, CMS
So
guidance.
you stand by it?
They both do the same thing. Both
You have
CMS,
said that,
CDC, and DOH.
excuse me, you
defend
had
it.
said that the directive followed CDC and CMS guidance. Are you aware of anyone in your office that asked CDC or CMS about the policies in the directive?
The Attorney General opined legally they were the same and said the March 25th order was consistent with the federal guidance.
Okay,
and
so
that's
you
how it was
stand by it.
enforced.
And you say it followed federal guidance, then why did it need to be superseded by executive order? Was this because
It was
you were getting
superseded
bad
later
press?
on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
It was superseded later on because we then got to a position in May, I believe, where we had enough testing capacity and we mandated testing
so-
for nursing home staff.
So it had nothing to do with public relations or bad
And it
pressure?
also this political, this was all politics all the time.
Okay.
And it bothered and scared people because they didn't know who to believe.
Okay. So on June 7th, 2020, your executive assistant sent this email writing, and I quote, "This is going to be the great debacle in the history books. The longer it lasts, the harder to correct. We have a better argument than we made. Get a report on the facts because this legacy will overwhelm any positive accomplishment. Also, how many COVID people will return to the nursing homes in that period? How many nursing homes? Don't you see how bad this is? Or do we admit error and give up?" Ms. Benton is your executive assistant. I believe she's sitting behind you. Did she write this email on your behalf?
Yes.
Governor,
You done?
did you have an email account while you were governor?
No. Well, I may have had one, but I didn't use it.
Okay. Is there a
Oh,
reason?
I haven't used it in years.
What?
Did you communicate in other ways with your staff? Text messages or BlackBerry
Yes.
messages? You did. You just said that you stood by the directive, but this email asked if it was time to admit error and give up. Was the March 25th directive an error?
No, this was the last line, sir, was tongue in cheek. This was an ongoing, raging political debate where the Republicans were saying March 25th caused deaths.
So
I said, answer it fully.
I understand, Governor. You testified that you were not aware of the directive until April 20th, 2020, almost a month after it had been issued. When you were asked about it at a press conference after you learned of the order, did you have any concerns about the directive?
When I was asked about it at the press conference, I was not aware of it. If I had been aware of it, my answer would have been very simple. I would have said, it followed, ask Donald Trump.
Did you ask questions after you learned about the directive?
After I learned about it,
What
yes, I asked questions.
Give me some examples.
I was debriefed by the Commissioner of Health, who said, this is the theory of CMS and CDC and DOH, that these people are no longer infectious.
Did you ever discuss terminating or amending the directive after you learned of it?
When it was described to me that CDC, CMS, and DOH all thought this was a good idea, and they had a medical theory behind it, that these were non-infectious people, et cetera.
For time's sake, Governor, to return to the email, why did you direct your staff to get a report on the facts?
Well, just to counter the newspaper story.
So on July 6, 2020, the Department of Health issued the report you requested. Was this report peer reviewed?
I don't know.
It was not. Was this report in a medical journal?
It was not. It was a
It was
government
not.
report. It was not for a medical journal.
Was the executive chamber involved in the drafting and editing of the report?
I'm sure the executive chamber
It
was. involved.
was. So you requested a report on the facts and you got a report that was not peer reviewed, not in a medical journal, and drafted and edited by the very body accused of wrongdoing. So, Governor, do you stand by the July 6th report?
So this is in real time. We're acting. An agency is taking an action. You ask the agency for a report on the action.
Governor, my time has expired. Mr. Chairman, what's clear is the governor was desperate to change the narrative, to dispel of the notion that his administration failed nursing home residents, that he failed to ask any questions. And Governor, I believe you failed to follow the facts. And it's now clear that you should have done what your assistant suggested in the email, and that was admitted error and given up.
If you believe the CMS and CDC were wrong, then that would be your position.
Now
He's
recognize the
still
ranking member of the
defending
full committee,
Fauci. You
Mr.
see
Raskin
that?
from Maryland for 5
Mr.
minutes.
Chairman, thank you very much. And Dr. Ruiz, thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Governor Cuomo. The allegations that have been brought against you today are obviously serious. And because we on the Oversight Committee believe in accountability for all public officials, I appreciate your willingness to participate voluntarily in today's hearing and to answer every question coming at you and to address what the majority is saying. But I confess, Mr. Chairman, that I'm appalled by the majority's decision to evade and bypass the central events of the epidemic for totally political reasons. The broader and authentic context for this hearing is, of course, the spectacular failure of Donald Trump's reckless and incompetent pandemic response, a failure which led to the unnecessary deaths of tens or hundreds of thousands of American citizens, according to Trump's own officials. In fact, Donald Trump's knowing and willful lies cost America at least tens of thousands of deaths, according to his own White House coronavirus response coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, who the chairman just cited as a decisive professional and medical authority. And she told the select subcommittee that more than 130,000 lives would have been saved during the Trump administration if basic and proven public health measures had been implemented instead of disregarded. On January 22nd, 2020, when America identified its first case of COVID-19, Trump stated, quote, "We have it totally under control." He goes on to say, "One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear. It is going away." He then proceeded to abdicate any responsibility for our pandemic response and said, quote, "I don't take any responsibility at all." When he systematically failed to supply the states with critical medical equipment and PPE, he set off an interstate death match for medical supplies, telling governors simply to, quote, "Try getting it yourselves." Donald Trump said about the virus, "I always wanted to play it down." Despite privately acknowledging that COVID-19 was deadly stuff, he deceived America, assuring everyone the virus was, quote, "just a little like the regular flu." And he embraced the herd immunity theory that some of his advisors were promoting, which was, again, a dangerous and destructive thing to do.
How? Because y'all said that with chicken pox and all these other things, herd immunity. Even your man Fauci ran outside and said we should have looked at natural immunity and herd immunity. He said it. But all right. Again, they made it about Trump. All right.
Watching the bodies pile up outside hospitals and wards, Trump then announced he had magical cures. He gave quack advice that hydroxychloroquine or disinfectant might be effective treatments for COVID, and he predicted
and weren't those proven correct?
The virus would, quote, "like a miracle, disappear by Easter." Despite advice from Dr. Fauci, Trump touted hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin as, quote, "game changers" to be put in use immediately. This is the context within which we are discussing a very serious and yet
I didn't know Zoe Saldana got darker and she started working for the government. I didn't know that. Shout out to her though. I know it's tough out here. But anyway, sir, so if hydrochloroquine wasn't a solution, why did y'all pull it off the shelves? Why did y'all stop Mexico from allowing people to buy it and have it imported if it wasn't the correct solution? Y'all would have made money on the imports off top. But we know what the reason was, because you couldn't make money off of it because it was natural. Oops.
Nonetheless, state-based detail of one policy that's being controverted. And I appreciate the fact that Governor Cuomo has appeared voluntarily to answer the questions. Where is Donald Trump to answer the questions about his horrific negligence as identified by his own COVID-19 advisor? Governor
he'll probably do that tonight on the debate stage.
Cuomo, New York was one of the states hit first and hit hardest by the pandemic. And I'm sure you have some regrets about the decisions that were made in the federal government, at the state level, including in New York at the local level. But do you have any doubt that Donald Trump's lies about the virus and his deliberate failure to develop a national policy to help the states made it more difficult for New York and other states to manage their pandemic response?
Congressman, I live this like few others. I have little doubt that the problem here was what happened.
Dinner's ready.
Government. They want to blame the states. They want to focus on New York. I understand why. It's a blue state, et cetera. New York was the 29th lowest in nursing home deaths. Most Republican states had many more deaths.
Is that per capita or hard numbers you're talking about?
That is pro rata. So per 1,000 nursing home deaths. So
They tried
state of
per
New
capita.
York,
You saw that.
for example, had 70 deaths per 1,000 in nursing homes in 2020. Ohio, for example, had 97 deaths. You don't see Ohio here today or any of the other Republican states. It's just a diversion. What happened here, and the number that matters is 1.2 million died, more than any country on the globe. How do you explain that the United States lost more people than China, that has 4 times the population?
Because he didn't. Y'all told him
we
not to
know
shut
why
the
we
border.
lost.
That's
why this happened, because the president denied it for months. The CDC had no tests. There was no PPE, and we lost
who ran the
3 months
CDC,
before the
sir?
president woke up.
Who ran the CDC and the NIH? Who ran it? Who was lead scientist, sir? Huh? Whose job was that? Because Fauci ain't no Republican. Last I checked.
Stop pissing me off. You're not gonna shit the fuck away from me.
Up and realized that there was a virus, and it was too late because the infection had spread, and you're not going to catch up.
But did you have a problem with then President Trump repeatedly praising President Xi for the pandemic response in China and saying that he was doing a marvelous job?
The president's response was horrific, and the major cause why the virus spread and why it became out of control.
The gentleman's time has
That's why-
expired, so I now recognize Ms. Stefanik from New York for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup. Today is long overdue. And just as a reminder for the public tuning in, we are here today on behalf of the over 15,000 vulnerable seniors in nursing homes who died because of Governor Cuomo's fatal executive order on March 25th, damning them to this horrible fate, including constituents in my district and every congressional district in New York State. I also want to recognize the families and advocates who have been working tirelessly on behalf of their loved ones amidst this grief, who have been smeared, attacked, and denigrated by Governor Cuomo and his most senior aides. Let me begin first. After months of inquiry and investigation, we now know irrefutably what New Yorkers have known for years, that Governor Cuomo himself and his most senior aides ordered, directed, and executed this deadly executive order counter to CMS and CDC guidance. Our investigation also reveals, a bipartisan investigation, that the disgraced former governor and his top aides were caught covering up their culpability and guilt to selfishly save their shredded reputations. I want to start with the March 25th directive. Isn't it correct, former governor, that Dr. Zucker served as your commissioner of health during the COVID crisis?
Yes.
And you have stated and shared that you have great respect for Dr. Zucker's work and professionalism. You have said that in the past. Is that correct?
I don't know if I've used those words, but I'll take your word for it.
Do you have respect for Dr. Zucker and his professionalism? Are you aware that Dr. Zucker testified that the March directive was prompted by a direct request to you, former Governor Cuomo, from the Greater New York Hospital Association? Are you aware of that fact?
I'm not aware of his testimony, no.
Well, that was what he testified to this committee. Dr. Zucker also went on to say, quote, Greater New York Hospital Association called the governor and the team. We were all there in a conversation, end quote. I also want to add, are you aware that another staffer at the Department of Health testified that the March 25th order did receive sign-off from the executive chamber? Are you aware of that fact?
No, I'm aware of the testimony to the exact opposite that you received.
That is incorrect. He said, yes, absolutely.
That's not the testimony that I have before me.
The testimony I
Mr.
have before
Hutton.
me, when he was asked whether the March 25th order was signed off by the executive chamber, the answer was yes, absolutely. And on top of that, Dr. Zucker testified that, quote, everything goes through the governor's office. And by the way, Governor, you and I both know that under your terrible leadership in New York, everything does go through the governor's office. My follow-up is it wasn't just the directive itself, Governor, it was the cover-up. This investigation found that you, former governor, and your most senior aides made a deliberate decision to exclude certain COVID-19 related nursing home deaths to hide and undercount the actual mortality rate in nursing homes. And for the public, Governor Cuomo changed the methodology of counting nursing home fatalities to exclude out-of-facility deaths, to undercount those. I want to ask you, what period of time were you negotiating for your book deal?
Congresswoman, if there is a fact in what you said.
No, I'm asking you a
it was there by
question.
mistake.
I'm asking you a question. What dates did you negotiate for your book deal? That is the question before you today.
Answer your question that
No.
you
The
asked.
question that I
My
asked.
testimony
Wait,
says
will you
during that
negotiate
time, did
your
you have any
book?
discussions with the executive chamber regarding the need for guidance?
That's not the testimony
Not
I'm
that
referring
I
to.
recall.
Absolutely
Not
was
that
the
I
answer.
recall.
Governor, absolutely. You're throwing your staff under the bus.
Also-
You are culpable for this. My question to you is, when were you negotiating for your multi-million-dollar advance deal for your book as seniors were dying in nursing homes?
Also-
That is the question in front of you.
You can't make up facts, Congresswoman.
You're the one making up facts. You're the one who undercounted nursing home deaths. You're the one who I want to ask
The
right
Attorney
now.
General said
You
the exact
apologize today,
opposite.
but there are families sitting here. I want you to turn around, look them in the eye, and apologize, which you
This
have
is not-
failed to do. Will you do
Congresswoman,
it?
This is not about political theater. It's
No,
about
this is
giving
about
answers.
accountability.
Why did 1.2 million Americans die? Why did more
Why
Americans
are
die
you?
than any
No.
country on the globe?
You're the former governor
Why
who's
did you let
disgraced
the
under oath.
president
No.
lie to the
This
people of the
executive order was
United
under
States?
your name. It was counter to CDC
Why
and
did you let
CMS.
President Trump lie?
This is about those seniors,
understand
Governor.
you were
They
running for
deserve
vice
to
president.
hear from you
Well,
in
you
the
should have
eye
stood up
that
for
you
your
apologize, that
constituents
you were
first.
negotiating for a multi-million-dollar book deal. It is a disgrace. There is a reason why you were the former governor of New York State, and you will never hold elected office again. I yield back.
And they're clapping.
You know how
I now
long I've been
recognize
waiting
Ms.
for
Daniels from
this?
Michigan.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order. I believe the rules of decorum prohibit applause and boos and other expressions during a hearing.
The audience will please refrain from applause or other.
Let's just sum up what she was saying.
Okay. You did it though. You did it though. Okay, that was you though. I didn't do nothing. I heard it. They heard it too. Okay, I'm sorry.
Political theater is so beautiful. Ah, yo. Hey, Cuomo. We're going to give you a little break. I got to go talk to the family for a second and introduce the room. But they got something for you one time.
It's a round. It's a rap for you round. And a rap for your round. I'll let a round rap around every rap around till it's rap around. This rap around. I'll rap around a round rap. I'll let a round rap around. How you gonna get around that?
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't introduce the room before, so we'll do it now. We Next, aka DSB. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Remember, it's only 99 cents. Helps me reinvest back in the platform, buy toys and clothes for the baby. And once you let us know that you have become a member, or how long you've been a member, or you give us a super chat or super sticker, we tell you how much of a blessing that is. And you get this here. All right. Miss Nisi, hello. Derry B, hello. Jerry Beffett, hello. Cosmo Fury, hello. Shakira Burton, hello. Sybil, hello. CRU Realty, hello. Reparations Nation, hello. Dead Star, hello. Brother Torian Rain, hello. D Foster, hello. Ventures Guide to the Galaxy. Venture Risk Guide to the Galaxy, hello. DSB, hello. Loon Cheese, hello. AW1, hello. Niger Major, hello. Gamers Den, hello. Esfumato King, I hope I said that right. Hello, you seem new, but welcome. Chief X Ali, hello. Stream Elements, hello. Lima Lucas, hello. My brother's Keeper, hello. Black Spider, hello. DSP, thank you for the 99-cent super sticker. That's a blessing. And you're gonna get this here. Jesse Paris, hello. William Morant, hello. Church of Black Power, hello. Tyra Toy, hello. RBJ, hello. The Ruby Runner, hello. Let's see who else. Carl Langley, hello. Ain't No Weary, hello. LaDonna, hello. Casey Malone, hello. James Denny, hello. Rokamuro, hello. Nightfall Drop, hello. Anthony Ruger Phillips, hello. think that should be it. Looks like Charles Gibson, hello. Mom of two, hello. This should, maybe that was the last one. Robert WD, hello. You seem new, but welcome. Hacksign KT, hello. Wrestling Reads, hello. Brooklyn Queen 125, hello. Nightfall Drop, thank you for becoming a member. That's a blessing. And you're gonna get this here. And Miriam R, aka Goddess M, hello. And for those who haven't said anything in the live chat or the comments, hello. So first round, Cuomo getting cooked. Let's let it continue.
Voices of concern from the audience. I now recognize Ms. Dingell from Michigan for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Cuomo, thank you for appearing before the Select Subcommittee today. As you are hearing and you are aware, your administration has faced allegations that it did not transparently report nursing home deaths. I want to give you the opportunity to respond to those allegations in a calm way. On July 6, 2020, the New York State Department of Health released a report related to nursing home COVID-19 deaths. That report has since been criticized, and we've been discussing, for undercounting deaths by excluding those deaths that occurred outside of the facility, for example, at the hospital. How do you respond to that criticism? Shortly, briefly.
Congresswoman, we were reporting total deaths every day. Number in hospitals, number in nursing homes. This political dispute started. How many deaths in nursing homes? Let's go count those that were in hospitals, what they call out of facility. Those numbers, in my opinion, were very sketchy, and they, depending on the day, they moved around a lot. I was not going to report inaccurate information, so we specifically said, here is the nursing home number without the out-of-facility number, and when we have it, we will provide it. But it didn't change the conclusion of the report. It specifically said, we do not now have the out-of-facility number. We will provide it to you once we audit it. We did audit it. It was wrong, over 20%, and then it was corrected. But the total number of, which was 35,739 total deaths, that is what never changed. Congresswoman, I live this every day.
Okay, I have some more questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. At your transcribed interview, you told us that Dr. Howard Zucker, the head of your Department of Health, decided what numbers to put in the July 6th report. But for his part, Dr. Zucker testified that he does not know how that decision was made. A member of your COVID-19 task force told us that Melissa DeRosa made the decision to remove the out-of-facility deaths from the July 6th report. Other members of your COVID-19 task force testified similarly. In your transcribed interview, and you've heard it referred to here, you said, let's say there's a 3,000 differential, 2,500. Who cares? What difference does it make in any dimension to anyone about anything? I want to say, Governor Cuomo, I care. Every member of this committee cares. And more importantly, every family member who lost a family member cared. So let's be very clear about that. With that said, can you help us reconcile the contradiction between your testimony and the testimony offered by individuals you handpicked for your COVID-19 task force?
Congresswoman, there were a number of subcategories. In facility, out of facility, presumed, hospital, at-home deaths, and those categories, yes, as data points are going to be important. In the middle of the pandemic, in the middle of the frenzy, when nursing homes are shorthanded and they're working to save lives, to ask them to go through an accounting process wasn't the best use of time. The total number never changed, and that's what was most important. And we said when we do an audit of the individual categories, we will release the individual category numbers. So that was always clear that the total death number was right, but we had to do the allocation within the categories.
So We've heard there were concerns about data errors, particularly during the spring and summer of 2020, leading your administration not to publish the out-of-facility deaths. But it wasn't until February 2021 your administration decided that its nursing home reports should include those deaths. Why did it take so long for your administration to include those out-of-facility deaths in the nursing home reports?
It's a good question, Congresswoman, because we were doing the audits of the numbers. President Trump started a Department of Justice investigation against New York and several other Democratic states on nursing home data.
From New York for 5 minutes of questions. Time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Cuomo, I planned a series of questions, but after reading your opinion piece in the Sunday's Daily News and hearing your testimony here today, I'll use my time to correct the half-truths and lies that insult New Yorkers. You cite CMS data to claim New York had the 12th lowest death rate at the end of 2020. However, CMS began collecting data in mid-May, so the deaths when your deadly directive was in full force were not included. Your administration reported 6,000 deaths. The true toll was 11,400, nearly double. You assert your March 25th directive never mandated nursing homes to admit COVID-positive patients. This is false. Your directive very clearly says no resident shall be denied, and it prohibited COVID testing before admission. In your op-ed and again today, you claim that the directive mirrored CDC guidelines. This is also false. Both CMS and CDC use permissive language like can and should, not shall and must, and only if facilities could isolate and take precautions. Former CMS Administrator Seema Verma, former White House Dr. Deborah Birx, both testified that your actions violated those guidelines. CDC and CMS would never recommend prohibiting testing, yet your directive did, all while you were sending tests to the Hamptons for your family. And you also falsely claim this directive was the standard across the country, even trying to hide behind Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's directive when Minnesota's guidance actually included caveats, precautions. It didn't prevent nursing homes from testing patients like your directive did. You claimed that the March 25th directive was to protect hospital capacity, but you had the U.S. Navy Comfort Ship and the Javits Center deployed, and it was remained underutilized. You said that nursing homes could still have denied entry to those they could not safely care for under existing law, but you suspended that very regulation in a March 7th, 2020 executive order stripping nursing homes of that ability to deny admission. And on top of all of that, you say New York didn't undercount nursing home deaths, yet your chief of staff directed that the deaths of nursing home residents outside the facility not be counted. And later, exactly 1 month after the New York Attorney General exposed that you underreported the nursing home deaths by 50%, your chief told Democrat lawmakers in New York that she admitted that the true toll was withheld to avoid attracting prosecutors. That, Governor Cuomo, is a cover-up. You've tried to blame everyone, including the CDC, the CMS, nursing home operators, nursing home staff, and unidentified low-level DOH staffer that supposedly sent out this directive. And of course, President Trump. But the buck stops with you. You testified that you don't know who signed off on this March 25th directive, and your DOH commissioner did not either, you say, despite both of your names being at the top of the letterhead. In the closed-door testimony, both you and your chief of staff told the committee it was some mid-level staffer at the Department of Health. But the commissioner and the deputy commissioner of the Department of Health said it was your executive chamber that approved it. You did not have a name on June 11th. Do you have one today? Who signed off on this directive? Was it you?
Let me try to.
Was it the Lieutenant Governor, Kathy Hochul? Was it your chief of staff, Melissa? No, it's a yes or no. I mean, was it you? Was it Kathy Hochul? Was it your chief of staff, Melissa DeRosa? Or maybe it was that communist spy. Maybe it was that communist Chinese spy, Linda Sun, who worked in your administration.
Well, maybe when
Let me just please finish and I'll let you answer at the end, because I find it hard to believe, Governor, that the governor of the state of New York, you're known to be a micromanager, right? Who did a briefing every day for 111 straight days. We find it hard to believe that you did not know that this directive with such consequences went out with your name at the top, and that you didn't get to the bottom, right? Don't you want to get to the bottom of who did issue this after all the media attention, the public scrutiny, the deaths that resulted? You've shown, I'm sorry, but you've shown no empathy. You've shown no remorse. You show no responsibility for the actions of your administration. And that's just not leadership.
Yeah.
And I will say also that your lieutenant and successor, Governor Kathy Hochul, is just as determined to hide the truth from New Yorkers as you were. I mean, in her very first speech as governor, she promised transparency, including the release of documents related to nursing homes and the pandemic. Yet to this day, she has not fulfilled that promise, and I'm glad that we've issued a subpoena to get those documents. So who issued this executive order, this deadly directive? Okay. And why didn't you reverse the directive when you had alternative facilities like the Javits and South Beach Psychiatric Center on Staten Island?
Yeah. Congresswoman Quigley, the numbers I cited are published on the NIH website. It's a study that corrects for the numbers not received in May. The Dr. Birx and Dr. Seema were not presented an honest account of what the New York law says. It's the Attorney General who said and interprets New York laws, and you were in the legislature, and you know that the state
time has
runs
expired.
on the Attorney General's interpretation.
Governor, the time has expired.
Sorry.
I now recognize, yeah, maybe for the record, you can answer the question that you actually asked. I now recognize Mr. Mfume from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to thank both of you and Ranking Member Ruiz for calling us together again in this select subcommittee. I've often, as you know, Mr. Chairman, gone on the record
Wait a minute, they let the black
to vocalize
oh,
my
Lord,
support
oh
for our
my
work.
God. They let Kwesi get at him. Oh Lord, this should be good. All right, here we go. We'll just call it what it is. And what we're seeing. Yeah.
Oh, look at the coons. Wow.
Work on this committee on the pandemic and the aftermath, because at its very core, if we do it correctly, it will better prepare all of us for whatever comes next, and what comes next just could very well be another pandemic. So my definition of the right way is to kind of leave the theatrical politics aside and to act in a bipartisan, solution-oriented manner. Doesn't mean that we agree, doesn't mean that we're going to disagree, but at the end of the day, we've got to be driven, I think, by real effort to peel off the theatrics and to try to get to where we, in fact, want to go. I'm glad that on several occasions today, both you, Mr. Chair, and the governor have expressed your heartfelt condolences for these families that are left behind with empty tables to continue 4 years later dealing with the aftermath of this. I didn't really, coming on this committee, feel that there was a personal connection, except when I first heard the testimony of our colleague from California, Mr. Garcia, and how he lost both his mother and his father. Not in New York, but across the nation. These sort of stories still haunt all of us. And so that's why I think that this committee's work is almost sacred in that regard. We've got to find a way to do all that we can to get information, to build a roadmap, and to try to limit any further damage. Governor Cuomo, thank you for appearing here voluntarily today. I've got a couple of quick questions. Is your testimony sure that the nursing home deaths were not caused by CMS, CDC, or DOH policies, but rather, as you state, that was in fact not the case, but you have more to say about it, and I want you to take this moment to say that, if you would.
Thank you, Congressman. This is a red herring. I understand it's sensational, and it's been great politics for 4 years, and it's a diversion from federal responsibility, which is the main goal of this committee. It's majority. But every study says that COVID got into.
Every study says that Kwesi is a coon. He just took me out of it. I'm sorry. I don't even want to talk about this no more. This is boring. Shout out to Elena Stefanik. Elise Stefanik. Shout out to her. She's the only one that was lively up there. She got it, that man. All right. So that was that. All right, family. We're going to do something a little uncharacteristic tonight. I'm going to drop the link because I need 4 people, especially if you ain't B1, don't come up here. I need 4 B1 people to come up here, preferably 2 females. I got something that I got to show y'all. You know what? I might even go on camera. Let me see. You still got it on? No, my daughter, of course, screwed with my stuff again. All right, we on purple. I need 4 people who are B1 to come up here. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, KG.
Good evening. Oh, nobody else? Y'all scared? All right. Something came on X that I need y'all to see. I ain't gonna show it to y'all yet because I don't want to spoil it, but it's bad. It's very bad. So I'm gonna give it like I'm gonna put on a Jeopardy. If nobody else come up, me and Miss Niecy will do it.
All right.
How was your day, beloved?
I went to work, did my job, came home, ate dinner, chilling.
Did you clean the blicky?
What's a blicky?
Your burner. Your power tool.
Oh, I keep that on lock, boo boo.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I'm ex-military, so I know what to do.
Right, yes, ma'am. You are not gonna go to sleep because I'm gonna have y'all laughing.
Oh, I'm sure that's the reason why I'm up in here.
You said, what's the purple mean again? The purple means this is politics, live politics, whether a debate or a town hall. We go to the purple side because we do not, I repeat, we do not endorse any Democrats or Republicans.
Nope.
All right, Miss Niecy, you and I are going to take care of this.
All right.
Family, some scumbag up in Congress thought they were funny today, and they got thoroughly roasted, and we're going to roast them along with everybody else.
You know, let me go here. There's a growing concern.
See what happens when you have anti-black propaganda run around. Everybody wants to jump in and have the fun. Even sitting congressmen and congresswomen want to jump in on the fun and leave it to white people, because Ted Cruz is white. Leave it to him and other white people to ruin the joke. But I don't view this as a joke because, again, Haitians, I told y'all this was going to happen, that you guys were going to be the face of this after Del Rio, but nobody wanted to listen to me. Okay, now we're here. Hold on. We're here now. Ted Cruz decided to post this meme on his official, I want y'all to hear me, official government page. Not even his personal, because as you can tell by this check mark,
hell?
This is an official mark of a government official. This is not his page. This is tied to the government. He said this. Haitians in Texas, because I know y'all down there. He up soon. I think he's up. I want to say either next year or the year after. Y'all are on the clock. Y'all better never forget this.
Wow.
Y'all and here's the thing, nobody reported the post.
It wasn't flagged or a community note or nothing.
Nope, nothing.
Ooh-wee. Good evening, William.
Hello. How are you, Miss Niecy?
Oh, for you racist white people that are going to show up here and say this was funny. Yeah, I don't find this funny. Imagine if you said something like this.
What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, William?
Great.
Y'all cool with this? Let me know.
Hell no, I'm not cool.
No, not
Especially
y'all. I'm not y'all. Y'all all right. I'm talking about folk on X. Y'all cool with this?
I'm all right.
Huh?
Not too happy with these.
Y'all are on the clock. Y'all better never forget. Who's playing me in the background? Turn that off.
Hey, Nightfall.
Hey, how's everybody doing, man?
Hello. Yeah, This is where we are in 2024.
Please tell me you screenshot or save this, KG.
You know me. Oh, this is forever, baby girl. Come on now. This is forever.
See, I'm not on X, so you have to keep me informed.
Yeah, there you go. We got 3 screenshots. We got 3. Just in case they try to wipe 2 off the internet, I got the extra one. But yeah, this is what sitting senators do. Trump I hope you know they're going to tie this to you tonight. They're finna bring this up tonight. Not him personally, but they're going to bring up the fact that all of a sudden now people are targeting Haitians. I would love to hear your example. I want you to condemn him straight like that. But we'll find out in about an hour. We'll find out.
All right. Honestly, panel, this question is for everybody on the panel. What do you think will happen during this debate?
I'd love for him to say the N-word.
You know what?
I'd love it because I just want everybody. I just want it to be loud and proud that he say that N-word or he slip and say Negro, and then I just put my hands up. I'm like, well, command me's our president now, so let's start adjusting for the last 50-something days.
I'm going to wonder who is better at deflecting, Captain America, Wonder Woman, or them two? Because I highly doubt either one of them is going to answer a straightforward question.
Oh no, it's gonna
Who the
be
hell is
word
Wonder
salad.
Woman? Who the hell is Wonder Woman? You mean collared woman? She be taking.
Well, actually, I mean, according to the Supreme Court justice, we've lost what the definition of a woman is, so maybe we need to rename her.
Well, she better bring Kanchanji on stage.
Well, bottom hole command me. No. No.
I need a reparations question. That's what I need.
Oh, they ain't gonna bring that up. That's a cuss word. And not after what you reported earlier. Oh, geez.
They might do it because he said what he said. Do you believe reparations is communism? I want to see what he says.
Elon just posted, anyone caught promoting propaganda will be suspended from X.
He a damn lie.
Donald.
He a damn lie.
It's not communism for anybody who's not black. I'll put it that way.
Nasty word. Look, white person. We adopted twins from Haiti. All right, Mr. White Man, you got it. What that mean? Nice
Two
plant
more victims
story.
for Umar to sit there and unscrew up.
Yeah, where is Umar on this? Umar, you better jump on the goddamn Amtrak and go down there and get at that man. The hell wrong with you? Look at there you go. See? Damn.
Oh, here we go. Don't snack on me.
Leave it to MAGA, boy. MAGA. Trump, what did I tell you months ago? You got to disavow MAGA.
Well, that's only because MAGA likes to sit there and break out the Trojans when it comes to the kitty cats, but I ain't one of the gossips. He didn't hear that.
White people, wait a minute. How, you know what? White people, I thought y'all rate dogs and cats higher than humans. How are y'all allowing this? How are you in there making jokes? Look at this. Look at this. Trump is the only way 2024 to save the pets. I did not have on my bingo card Trump versus the Haitians. I did not have this.
That's just Trump saving the only pussy he'll probably ever get.
Paid for or not.
I mean, like come on.
Well, better
like
yet,
this...
KG, here's my question for you. Where are the Asians with all of their stop anti-Asian hate stuff? Because I thought the cat thing was
the
theirs.
bag and
When
said,
did they
"Fuck
switch over to the
everybody."
Haitians?
They got the bag and said, fuck everybody. What? They got a law, tax force, and almost 50 million? F all of you. And they went right back to doing what they would do best, being anti-black. Not all, because I know how y'all gonna get mad. Not all. Haitian home cooking with Kamala. You see this? Y'all see this, right?
I see it.
Nasty work. By the way, how many of y'all gave up y'all ID to keep your blue check? So Israel got
I've
all
never
of
had
them.
a blue check.
I don't have an account, so
Save our pets, vote Trump. Dogs and cats for Trump. Domesticated animals for Trump.
this is some stupid ass shit.
Look at this. Will you see? Look at this. Pause. Look, will you look at this?
I have no words.
Burritos, look at that. Will you look at this? Bruh. And they know he lying, but they gonna run with it. Haitians, come on. I need y'all outside. Y'all gotta protest this. I'm sorry.
Look, isn't Roland Martin a Haitian? Where is he on this?
I'm sure he probably gonna say something later tonight when he streams into his struggle on
And
this.
where
I'm
is
sure.
good old Abby Phillips? Isn't she one of them?
Yeah, Abby Phillips. No, is she Haitian? I thought she was. I think she's either Haitian or Guyanese. She might be both. I don't remember.
KG, address Bert's comment. Bert in the chat. He said, I think I'm back on suspension. I was trolling Hulk Hogan.
Probably on X.
Mm.
I mean, hey, you was trolling Hulk Hogan, and that's not hard. It's really not that hard to troll Hulk Hogan. I mean, somebody walked up to him at an event and trolled him. That's not gonna work. There you go.
Bert, unless you were trolling Hogan's daughter and sitting there and getting with her, you're not trolling him at all.
Look at this. Look at that. Will you look at this? There's always them anime accounts. Enjoying Haitian chicken, but then you realize your cat is missing. Oh my god.
Man, these some sick fucks.
And they wonder why their birth rates are dropping.
Good.
Now they say the Haitians.
Let the balls
Look, now they saying the Haitians
die.
are crashing cars in Springfield. Look, her open border policy has brought around 20,000 migrants to the town of 60,000.
Oh yeah, Rob reported on this earlier.
But do you see how quickly they got away from the Venezuelans? You see that?
Oh yeah, they made them the face.
Oh, because they don't want that smoke.
Remember what I said earlier? They're going to start saying, instead of Venezuela, they're going to start saying South America. You ain't going to be able to differentiate them.
Let's see how well.
Yeah, that clip right there on you got up on the screen right now.
I'm
Rob
28
was
years
reporting on that.
And I'm a social media influencer, and I just be on TikTok and stuff. I do YouTube.
Who is you?
I think it's I'm 28 years old, and I'm a social media influencer, and I just be on TikTok and stuff. I do YouTube. I think it's like kind of odd that like a guy like me has to come out from doing what I do on a daily basis to have fun, because I see what's going on in these streets, and I see you guys just sitting up there in them comfy chairs and suits, and I'm getting out here every day, and I'm broadcasting this, and you guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how like y'all can be comfortable with this. Like I don't know like who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to like seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants, because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them. Like, y'all get the Highway State Patrol down here every week, and then y'all get like a task force for the Highway State Patrol, and they look for guns and they look for dope and this and that and the fourth. That same people that y'all got riding up and down Limestone doing U-turns, pulling people over for blinkers and pulling people over for like going left to center and like a couple miles over, like y'all can take them same people, the Highway State Patrol, and you can take them in every single one of their silver Chargers and Dodge Durangos, and y'all can take them to Sunset, and y'all can park them right over there, and y'all can teach people how to drive, since the Highway State Patrol knows so much how to know so much about traffic laws and know what to do in traffic. They need to, y'all pay them. They can go over there and teach these Haitians how to drive because it's getting up, bro. I'm getting thousands of views on these, and it's going to get bigger and it's only going to get worse. And y'all sitting up there in these chairs, all y'all need to get out here and do something. Y'all making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Y'all need to put on a t-shirt and some Crocs, and then y'all need to come out here in these streets and y'all need to go out here and I'm out here before the police.
Did this nigga say go out there and
That's what he said.
Okay.
Is like y'all need to do something, bro. Y'all really got to stand on business. Y'all getting paid all this money just to wear a suit and sit in a chair. I think it's crazy, bro. We got to do something, bro. It's kids out here getting hurt. Like, only reason I even went on here and said something about it is because somebody told me they walking from the school and a Haitian almost ran into them. And who is getting paid? Like, how much money is y'all really getting paid? Like, to bring them over here? Like, I know it's deeper than them. I know that's where they come from and that's what they do. That's their country. I don't know what they got going on over there, but they can't do that over here. And if y'all just getting paid from it and then y'all ain't doing nothing about it, I think that's super weird, bro. Y'all got to stand on business. Y'all got to really, like, step up. Like, it's lame, bro.
Bruh. Sometimes I hate when I'm right.
Shit, I need to go there and give me
Lying
one.
with gossip. You didn't get none of that from me.
But nobody said, hold on. The Springfield Police Division said Monday morning that they received no reports related to pets being stolen in Eaton. But nobody said it was pets, though. They said it was going in the
He
park.
did make mention the black guy. He did on Rob's channel. He mentioned about
I'm 28 years old and I'm a
influencer.
That's what he said he was.
That's what he said. But he made mention about Haitians scooping up the duck or the geese or something, chopping
out of
off
the
the
park.
heads. It was crazy.
Well, I told them they were going to do this because it's easier to make the blackface the problem so the solution gets done quicker. Damn, the Caribbean about to be the reason why the biblical crime bill is coming. Jesus Christ.
In this case, you can get a biblical crime bill from either party.
That's what, but it don't. That's why I keep saying too. It doesn't matter who gets in. That biblical crime bill is coming. It's going to be on SCOTUS. They're gonna put it out there. They're gonna sue, and SCOTUS is gonna go 5-4 in favor of the bill, and it's gonna be for immigrants. So all the Caribbean immigrants are gonna be in trouble, even if you've been here.
Nah, it's gonna be for black folks,
as you like to say.
No, they can't racially make things.
Oh no! They're gonna say no. There's a way to do it. They'll put some shit in there like you ain't been here 10 years. You gone. You got any type of charges? You gone.
KG, someone in the chat, Zippity Doodah. His question is biblical, huh? Explain it. Like an Exodus.
Biblical means it's going to be worse than 94. Motherfuckers is getting deported in mass. The airline industry finna make bank. It's flying people all over the world back to their homeland. And guess what? Y'all's white liberals ain't gonna protect you. Your white conservatives, they gonna demonize you. Your black liberals, they gonna turn their back on you. Your black conservatives gonna report on it. They'll probably be at the damn airport.
Wow.
That's gonna be their way to get back into the house.
I'm glad I don't fly. If I got to fly, I ain't going.
Speaking of flying, Miss Niecy, did you hear what happened today in my city?
No, what?
2 Delta planes collided.
What?
One just knocked the tail off the other one. It's okay.
It's okay. That plane couldn't fly no how.
Wow.
You ain't got that tail. You ain't going nowhere.
That's true.
Well,
if that tail fly off during flight, you might as well talk to Jesus.
Oh, you're gonna get a personal invite anyway. You'll
Oh
see
yeah,
him coming
the
up.
heaven gates. You're gonna see that white light. I ain't gonna hold you.
I remember when I was still in the military, I was getting ready to I was being sent to Saudi Arabia, and we were flying in commercial. We ended up having to stay overnight at LAX because I was in the back. Back then, you could smoke on the plane. I remember waking up from my nap, and I happened to glance outside, and I see fire coming out of one of the engines.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I glance opposite from me, and I see fire coming out of another engine. And I remember vividly putting my chair upright, putting the little snack table back in position, and I started praying out loud. I said, Jesus, land the plane, please. That's all I said.
How the fuck this ain't got no sound? Hold on. I'm trying to play this report. How the hell ain't got no sound? There you go.
Planes at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport have collided on the ground. Officials say a Delta jet clipped a smaller plane on a taxiway, tearing the tail off that smaller plane. The Delta flight was taxiing for takeoff on its way to Tokyo when its wingtip hit Endeavor Air flight to Louisiana. Transportation correspondent Gio Benitez joins me now for more on that. Gio, what's the latest?
So, Diane, right now we know that there were 221 passengers on that larger Delta plane, the A350, that was heading to Tokyo. And we know that there were 56 passengers over on the smaller flight that was heading to Lafayette, Louisiana. But we don't know exactly what caused this. We know that this happened, and this is what we've been so worried about, because over the past couple of years, actually, we've been looking at these incidents on taxiways, right? And people have been saying, someday there's going to be a catastrophic collision. This one is pretty bad, but thankfully we are learning from Delta that nobody has been injured. So that's the good news, that nobody was injured. But again, it sounds the alarms, right? It makes you look at this and you see obvious red flags. What could have caused this? Do we know if this was air traffic controller error or was this pilot error? At this point, we just don't know. But no doubt about it, the FAA is going to be investigating this. The NTSB is going to investigate this, because this is a...
You see that plane?
I see.
They might as well junk this motherfucker.
Wow.
Very serious issue, Diane.
So, Gio, what are the next steps now in trying to figure out how this happened and, of course, then how to prevent it from happening again?
So this investigation is going to be critical. And one of the things that's happened over the past few months and even years is that they've been looking at, well, why is this happening? They have been looking at air traffic controller exhaustion over the past couple of years, and to see if maybe there's an issue there that they can get a handle on. But they're still investigating the overall issue of why we are seeing issues on the runway. But no doubt about it, this one is going to be critical, because you see right there, the video is just incredible. It looks like the entire tail of that smaller regional jet has sort of been ripped off. And that is a big issue, because you just know that that was a pretty hard contact that was made there to cause something like that. In the past, we've seen sort of smaller scrapes and wingtips sort of hitting each other, but I haven't seen something like this in quite a while. So this one for sure is going to make people think twice about what's happening on runways across America.
And Gio, it's less than a month after we saw that deadly tire explosion at that same airport. Is there a larger area of concern here?
Well, I mean, absolutely. Anytime you have issues like this that are happening so closely, so close together, and so many different incidents at airports across America, not just at Hartsfield-Jackson, it's going to be something that's going to, sort of like make you raise your eyebrows and say, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? And we have to get a handle on this, because we cannot have this happening at our U.S. airports.
All right, transportation correspondent.
Now, territory. Let's not joke like that. It could have been worse.
Okay, this airport, KG, this ain't the major airport in Atlanta, is it?
Yeah, Atlanta only has one. This is the busiest airport in the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Kelly, good evening. The debate starts at 9 o'clock, so you have 50 minutes, so you can go eat dinner and get a bucket, because we about to hear some bullshit. Guess who got the stream today?
Say that again, please.
Guess who got the stream today?
Who?
You know who.
Oh,
I thought she was suspended.
She did it on Rumble and Spotify.
This,
Do y'all
this
want me to
bitch
do it,
is
y'all?
like a damn cockroach that just won't die.
Why not? You want to do it or not?
No, no.
She was very emphatic. Say less. All right, we'll go back. Let's see what's going on X. What is do you know who Dave Grohl is?
Nope.
No.
All right. Do you know who the Foo Fighters are?
Yeah.
Isn't that the band?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he had a baby out of wedlock. Who cares? Anyway, Cardi B had her baby. Who cares? Tyrese, I think, is out
Another
of jail
one?
now. Glad for him. Why is George Floyd trending? I don't know why. Let's find out. Why is the first picture on the trend on George Floyd about Caitlin Clark? What is going on? Seriously, my dude, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. All right. I don't know who the hell this is. This is what we're doing. So we're comparing Caitlin Clark to George Floyd now. Okay, got it.
Oh, Jesus.
Got it.
Just dumb.
How?
Jesus Christ. I don't know. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk got roasted, boy. Should I do that?
Always
Saturday
nice
morning?
to see that man get roasted.
I should probably do that Saturday morning.
You're absolutely correct, Sybil. Candace, the roach who would not die.
Well, that's just accurate but mean.
Hey, by the way, KG,
Yes.
17th of this month, Brick Lady's got a trial coming up. She got a court date.
No, I know.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
that's-
who had the court date?
Brick Lady.
Oh, okay.
And then October 18th is first day of Daniel Penny's case.
Let's hope it's.
Damn, took them long enough.
Well, we knew they said that after he got indicted, that they said it was going to be October. That's why Torian and I said that can help shape the election too.
Good evening, COT 91.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hello.
Hello.
And what's up, Kid Gravity? But yeah, I want to get in on this discussion. But yeah, the Atlanta thing, airport thing, it looks like it looks like just pilot error to me. Because I play like I'm interested in aviation. I'm thinking about getting a pilot's license at some point, but I do like flight simulators and stuff, and basically like when those planes are moving around on the ground, this air traffic controller that's telling them where to go. I mean,
brother.
it could. Okay, go ahead.
What did you just say? You're gonna go
I
get
mean,
your
yeah, I
pilot's
was saying.
license? Hang on. You say you're gonna get your pilot license. You thinking about it? You better go get that.
Okay, I
Come
mean,
on now. We need more brothers in the air. Come on now.
okay, okay, yeah, definitely. It's something I'm thinking about.
We need to go piss off
But
Charlie Kirk some more. Come on.
pretty much, I mean, it could be air traffic controller because they have made mistakes in the past like that. But looks like the way the damage was, it looks like they were they were too they were too close because you have like a smaller plane like that, like, and then you have a bigger one, and it looks like the wing of the bigger one clipped the tail.
It ain't
Like that
clipping, it's
just yeah, like there's no ways those planes were supposed to be that close to each other moving around. But that's all I'll say. It looked like it could have been pilot error, or it could have been air traffic controller. It could have been a combination of both.
Yeah. But
yeah.
Look. Oh my God. It's always white people.
Oh shit.
Glenn Beck, really? Glenn Beck? Really? This is what we're doing.
That's fucked up.
Oh my God. All right, Glenn Beck.
Stop it.
Get off the internet. Go outside. Play. Touch the grass.
You know what? God, November 5th can't come here fast enough.
Oh, you Lord.
I'm gonna remind y'all of this, but after November 5th, I'm taking a week off.
Okay.
I'm not showing back up until my birthday.
Okay.
So I'll give y'all a couple uploads just to tide you over, but no live streams that whole week. Screw that.
Okay.
I watch the world
Where you
burn from
running
my
to,
window.
bro?
Running? No, I'm staying off social media. I need to decompress. This has been a 2-year contract I've been doing with this. I need to decompress from politics for a week and start shuffling the show around because it's going to be less politics after this election.
Well, thank you for your dedication.
Look at this. Will you look at this? Conservatives, y'all are some insufferable bastards.
In immigration meow, get the
See? You see what I mean? Oh my God. And the funny thing is, you scumbags, never mind. No, we in the vortex. I'm gonna say you scumbags knew about this with the AAPI, and you didn't go this hard.
Thank you.
Y'all still eating on them chicken. Never mind. Never mind.
Well,
Shout out-
hell, there's
shout out
one way to
Ken
control that
Homestead.
pet population now, ain't it?
Huh?
I say, well, they always talk about controlling the pet population. This is one way to do it.
Well, listen, you gotta know. Bob Barker said you gotta get your pet spayed or neutered. He ain't say eat them off. Bob Barker was on code.
KG, you mean you've never looked at that fat ass geese at the park and said, look nice on
No,
the Christmas
listen,
tree?
I'm from New York, brother. I lived out on Long Island. Them fat ass geese will mess you up.
Oh yeah, they'll attack you. I had one happen to me years ago.
They be on them college campuses out there and they be watching. You go over there or you go within like 30 feet of them, they start to get in the squawking. You get closer, they will chase you.
Yeah, I had one chase me.
Bruh. Wait, I just traumatized my old lady. She laughing. See? They will chase you. She was on school campus. They chased.
Yes, they do. And if they get too close, they'll bite you.
Yes, sir. Look, none of these Haitians are in local wildlife in Springfield, Ohio. Would be there if votes switch from Trump to Biden. Oh, okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
They don't either.
The chairman tweets, protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio because he goes down some crazy rabbit hole, completely debunked that aliens are eating pets. My God, are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Because last year, for a very long time, you tweeted.
Wait a minute. The House Judiciary GOP put that out? Vote them all out. Hey, for all y'all that said that the government ain't racist, right? There you go. You've got the government putting out memes denigrating black people. This is where we're at now.
This is where we always been, KG.
No, but it ain't been like this. It ain't
Social media has amped this shit to the nth power.
I understand that, but you got congressmen now on never mind. They using AI now.
We got a bad crop of shit bags up there that we just need to get rid of.
Exactly.
Lord have mercy.
But can you wake enough people up to say, hey, let's actually get rid of these ass clowns?
No, they're all focused on Command Me and Trump.
I don't like neither one of them.
He
Fire
said,
them
I
all.
wish I had 30 more Haitians. Our Haitians come to work every.
Yeah, Robert put it on this too.
Why would you say that? Oh my God. Okay. Haitians were hunting down geese. They all had geese in their hands. Oh,
Homework assignment, folks. Go back in the archives and look up Jason Black's 5 Steps to Nazi Germany. None of this will
Why
become
did you
any
kill the
surprise to you.
cat?
Yeah, the Fourth
Bro,
Reich.
I'm not playing that. Wait a
The
minute.
Fourth Reich is coming.
Bruh, they putting up all the video. They must have
Very
had
much
this
so.
stacked. Or they went searching. Where are they finding these videos? Look at this. Haiti. Haitians, I'm gonna need y'all for about a week to stop going at Black Americans. Y'all need to come clean this up. Jesse Wu, where you at? You always got jokes for Black Americans. Where you at on this? Let me go. Let me look. Maybe you said something. And I'm just talking shit. Let me see. I don't even know if you're on Twitter. You might be on Instagram. Haitian men are really fed up with Jesse Wu. Okay. Okay, so she probably will not say nothing. Wait.
But no, I thought they know black. They know black.
Well, this was the same chick who was on Wild 'N Out and made fun of Whitney Houston. Let me see. Maybe she got. Let me see. Where's the search button? Let's look. Let me see. Okay, there's Jessie Wu. Okay, let me see if she says that's a pin. Wait, maybe this is new. No, this might be. No, that's from June. Okay, 2 hours ago. She cooning.
Not a drill. Now you can
Wait,
tell a lot
okay,
about
here.
presidential candidates' character based on what they're fighting for. Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, is fighting for us.
Oh, okay, so you cooning.
Oh God.
we? Haitian man before, what y'all saying? You never been with Haitian man? Never. Don't do it. Really? Don't do it.
So they dissing your people and you ain't said a word. All right. You taking pictures with Morris Chestnut.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for.
All right, I don't care. Yeah, nothing about them dissing your people. Say less. All right, say less. I figured. There you go. I bet you when she'll put up something about that Black American woman, I bet you she would. Nasty work. Wait, Obama outside?
Taking some heat for shooting pool, but not going to the border to see that crisis firsthand.
We send children back to Mexico. We send children back all over the world.
But they're not in those situations.
Well, they are in those situations, and things in Central America have been tough for a long time. But the idea that you're going to let unaccompanied minors just come into the U.S. because of a loophole in the 2008 law that allows you to send the Mexican kid back and the Honduran kid gets to stay. And that's not sensible. And so that the Republicans are going to propose this week on the Hill, amending the 2008 law to have even treatment for everyone. And the president does have to send a message, you can't come here. And why is this happening? David talks about this has been a problem for decades. Why are these kids suddenly flooding this place? Because the president amnestied all the kids who were already here in 2012, and people in Central America decided. So the Republicans. Can I just say one thing? He just finished. He amnestied all the kids who were here, and every sensible person in Central America thought, hey, great, I can get my kid into the U.S. There'll be an amnesty.
And I think that's part of the problem for the president. If you go down to the border, part of his message has to be, you guys have got to go back home.
There is no such pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for these kids. So it is important for the president to clarify.
Do y'all see this?
I see it. That damn what's the 6 B's for this hoe?
Bad Bill.
Yeah. Have Torian put it in the chat for me.
Body.
Say it again.
Beach blonde, bad Bill, butch body.
Thank you.
Do you see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? At least this was her personal page. But hey, Milledgeville, you on the clock, but I know y'all gonna re-vote her back in, so it's all good. Look at this. President Trump signs the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act. Oh my God. I think this is gonna come up at the debate. $21 million views.
Yeah, right along with Kamala.
Look, there goes the
bathtub full of collard greens.
So I think that the Democrats are making a big mistake by fighting on citizen voting. To me, that's a no-brainer. And And I also look at what's happening across this country. You look at what's happening in Ohio, where they brought in all these illegal immigrants from Haiti, and they have like tens of thousands now in this one little town in Ohio. It's just overwhelming all the services. So you've had a massive open border and deliberately bringing people in and dropping them in certain communities, which you just can't handle that type of influx. So there's a lot to answer for. I think it'd be interesting to see, how Kamala answers this in the debate tomorrow night, because I think it's just indefensible, having been the borders are, and then all of a sudden you have this massive influx, and it's not just people from Mexico. I mean, you got people from the Middle East, you got people from China, you got people from all around the globe that are going across the southern border. I've talked about this before, but Florida, we've got a lot of retired special ops people who were serving in the global war on terrorism in Afghanistan, Iraq, after 9/11. And they still have contacts in places like Afghanistan. And what they said is, once the Biden debacle happened 3 years ago, that these training camps for terrorists.
Midget bastard.
Was that the Satan?
That was the Satan.
Yeah, midget bastard.
I don't have enough breadcrumbs to get home.
Y'all better watch these.
Birds that are being judged today at the show.
Spit his ass.
Big.
Let's break up the monotony a little bit. Huh. Well, I think that's the first time I've seen somebody ever scream at a black hawk. Pause.
Damn.
Big black.
He said it.
Big black Australop cockerel. One of
Cockerel.
500
You waited
birds
all day for that one,
that are
didn't
being
you?
judged
Just
today
admit it.
at the show. Big.
I can't with you, man. I can't. Never mind.
I mean, you understood what you were getting when you came here.
But that's not the point, though.
You can't get in it.
All right. You guys just all walk backwards while people are walking fucking forward.
Yeah. I mean, here we are. He was holding a black cock and he lost his mind. Pause. I didn't tell him to do it.
Pause.
I know, but I didn't tell him to hold it. He wanted to hold it under his own volition. He gotta take that. Pause.
More than he can handle.
Miss Niecy's a woman, so we won't say pause. She's a woman. That's okay.
I'm talking about the bird, KG.
That's what I said. I said you a woman, and it's okay. You're a woman, so we won't say pause. At least you said it.
Thank you for that.
I'm not saying you're welcome.
No, not you, her.
Oh, thank you, Miss Niecy. You've been thanked.
You're welcome.
There you go. What else I got? Black women. Timeline claim. Wait, what? No. You just appreciate the beauty. Shh.
Who is that?
Queen Aminata.
Well, then you turn off the sound.
What's wrong with her voice?
Aside from everything, nothing. If you're wanting me to enjoy the view, don't give me the sound. Kind of like Alicia Keys.
Well, damn, that escalated. Okay. Expound on that.
Let's see. How could I best put this? Did you see the BET Awards where she sat there and presented?
No.
This was a long time ago. Long time ago. Well, anyway, look it up. Beautiful woman, great singer. Don't ask her to talk.
She's African.
She's
So
got the
there's
body.
that.
Well,
Oh, do y'all want to laugh?
Yes.
please.
On Hulk Hogan.
Somebody on Nicki Minaj's live called her Hulk Hogan.
Who the fuck you calling Hulk Hogan? Motherfucker, fuck. You know what? Blocking your ass, motherfucker. Blocking your ass. Hulk Hogan. Oh, hunty. Hulk Hogan. Hulk blocking.
I mean, your getup, you do look like Hulk Hogan. I'm just saying.
Worked on them leg drops for years.
Ooh.
Don't worry, folks. I'm here all week.
I'm gonna play it again when we do the members only, but might as well give y'all a preview. Y'all remember when I was talking about Lauren Loomer, aka the female Howard Stern, a couple months back?
Yeah.
She came back outside. I need y'all to bear with me. You ain't gonna believe what she said. Give me a second. Let me decompress. Okay, we've decompressed enough.
You know,
who I love very much.
There's a growing concern.
Y'all got to hear what she's about to promote.
Oh, Lord.
You know that I have two dogs, my dogs Mecca and Loomer, who I love very much. And let's talk about our dogs. They somehow always find a way to get into things that they shouldn't, like your hidden chocolate stash, or who knows what's in the backyard. We've all seen those horror stories of dogs licking those Bufu toad frogs that make your dog foam at the mouth. And we've seen horror stories about dogs getting into toiletry items and getting sick. And everybody's worst nightmare is, oh my God, it's 3 o'clock in the morning and my dog is throwing up. My dog has diarrhea and the vet is closed, or I live an hour away from an emergency vet. But you don't need to worry about that anymore because Rumble and Positive have put together the Positive Emergency Kit. And this is an amazing kit. It's got everything that you need to handle those why does this always happen to me moments, minus the panic and the costly vet visit. From unexpected allergy flare-ups, surprise bowel issues, or even the classic, what did they just eat off the floor? Oh my God, what is that mystery? This kit has got you covered. It's your first line of defense for keeping your dog safe and sound, no matter how curious they get.
Keep going.
Rumble isn't just fighting for free speech. They're also the company behind Positive, ensuring you get top quality pet care. Positive really is an amazing company. Not only do they have these emergency pet kits, but they also have these supplements here. And this is human grade. Okay, this is human grade. And I just want to show you now. I'm going to actually do this live on air. So,
did you hear what she just said? Y'all don't understand what she just said. We're going to play some more.
Human grade.
Just wait for it.
You can see for yourself, okay? 100% human grade ingredients is what it says here on the package. And the ingredients are Alberta grass finished bison liver, Alberta grass finished bison heart, Alberta grass finished kidney. These are the same type of nutrients that you can find in the beef organs that you purchase for yourself, right? But this is all protected bison that comes from Canada. So that means that there's no hormones, there's no vaccines given to the bison. So you could actually share these nutrients with your animals. So you could eat this yourself. And I'm going to show
Oh,
you this
God.
There it
It's
is.
not just
Oh,
There it
shit.
is.
dog food from China. Okay, these are supplements and these are products that are so healthy and natural
Go
that
ahead.
you could actually eat it yourself.
Get
So
some.
you can see here, positive bison. It's clearly
bet
says
not.
dog food topper, and I'm going to put this in my mouth right now.
Oh my God.
So
Oh,
it tastes like meat.
oh,
And
Jesus, Jesus, Lord.
maybe that is disgusting to you, but I'll show you right
She
here.
gonna do it
This
again.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Wait a
product
minute.
right here.
Here comes the
Clearly
dog.
says dog
Oh.
food topper.
Here comes the dog.
You can see on camera. Actually tastes good. I'm not gonna lie. So
Oh, jeez.
100% human grade ingredients, nutrition for your dog in every bite. It's so healthy that you could even eat it yourself. The ingredients are healthy enough that, hey, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're hungry and you want a snack, you could just sit down at the park or open up your dog food from Positive and you could share a snack with your dog. They also have other types of
Are your
dog
feelings
products
hurt?
that-
Words down. Oh, girl, baby girl. Oh, really?
KG, you just look.
You all right, bro?
Then shut the fuck up in 2024.
You sound dumb.
Stop it. Get off the internet. Go outside. Play. Touch the grass.
You are so wrong for that.
Oh, he's loving this shit. He in his element. Smirking.
But she got the nerve to talk about black people. You out there eating your puppy's food. What are we doing? Don't blame me. I ain't the one that did it. She the one came outside talking about she gonna eat this because Rumble said that it's our product. Clearly with a dog on the front, and she still went and opened it up and took 2 bites. She was fixing to feed the dog.
Well, I guess that's better than taking the dog to her bed, but still.
Please, who's to say
I can't
he
even play
ain't
that.
doing that?
Wait a minute. I can't even play that. We'll play that on the members only. We can't play that. Can't play that. What else I got?
I didn't do it. She did.
Oh, we're gonna play this again.
I ain't saying nothing.
All right. It's about that time, family.
Well, I'm gonna drop off and go back into the chat.
Yes, ma'am. I'm dropping.
Gentlemen, have a good evening.
Same to you there, Miss Nietzsche.
Watch your
Thank you for
rabbits.
your service.
Watch my what?
Watch your rabbits on the screen. Watch your rabbits. Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Get some. All right. It's about that time, family. It's time to have fun.
You know how long I've been waiting for this? Woo, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
You know, let me go here. There's a growing concern.
These dads with the kids.
All right. That's Dion in them. All right. Dion got about maybe 6 games. He don't turn this around. He about to get fired. Anyway, what's this? September 18th. Oh, Agatha all along. Okay. We got about 18 minutes, family. So what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna flag myself. It's all good. But Since Miss Niecy said no to playing Candace on her show today, we just gonna laugh real fast. We're going to play. I need something. Shout out to y'all for running up the numbers, by the way, on like the last 4 lives before today. Shout out to y'all. We'll play a little bit of the show from yesterday. That's what we'll do. Shout out to y'all for super chats and all that. Shout out to y'all. Candace Owens getting her damn wake up call. That was hilarious as hell. So that's what we'll do. We'll play a little bit of that while they're getting ready, unless they got some commentary that we could listen to. They ain't hitting on shit. Let me see. All right, I'll play a little bit and then we'll do what it do. We do our manual review for the videos. We sometimes get these emails saying that, you know, either limited no ads or great news, your video is fully monetized. So I've even got some that said they removed your content, but no strike. But okay. Then she also put this up. YouTube community guidelines, YouTube partner program. Due to violations of the YouTube partner program policies, including our ad-friendly guidelines and community guidelines, the Candace Owens channel has been suspended from the YouTube partner program.
Joined on behalf of the Trump campaign by Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Senator Cotton, thanks a lot for being. We only have a couple minutes. This debate's about to get underway, but I wanted to ask you, which Donald Trump do you think is going to show up tonight? You know him well. Is it going to be the Donald Trump that is going to be making personal attacks, insulting Kamala Harris, or is it going to be the Donald Trump that's going to focus on his issues?
John, I think you're going to see the Donald Trump who's president for 4 years, who has a clear record. This campaign is unusual. We don't have a candidate running for office for the first time. The American people remember what it was like under President Trump. We had stable prices, rising wages, a secure border, and peaceful, stable relations around the world. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we've had record high inflation. We've had a wide open border. We've had war breaking out everywhere. The American people are going to remember
Carl,
after
they're doing
tonight
this
that times are good
because
under Donald
this
Trump.
might be the
and they
only
want another
debate they
4 years
have.
of President Trump back in the White House.
So they're making it big.
And we noticed he was spending a lot of time looking at the angles, studying the debate stage. He does know the television of this as well.
Well, he does, but I think the style and the debate stage and the lighting and all that is going to be secondary in the minds of most voters, especially those trying to make up their minds to what they hear from the two candidates about their record. People remember that with Donald Trump, they had good times. They had rising wages. They had stable prices. We had peace and stability. And with Kamala Harris, a dangerous San Francisco liberal, and Joe Biden in the White House, we've had none of that. So I think it's going to be a clear contrast between President Trump and Kamala Harris tonight, and the American people, starting tonight and over the next 8 weeks, are going to make the decision that they want President Trump back in the White House.
All right, there's Senator Cotton with one side of this debate, very sharply worded. Mary, the other side.
For the other side now, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro joins us, of course, a key surrogate for the Harris campaign. You heard Senator Cotton there. He says that voters know who Donald Trump is. You've seen the polling. A large slice of voters say they simply don't know enough about the vice president. Is this her last best chance to reach out to those critical voters, show them who she really is, what she stands for?
Look, I'm not sure what world Senator Cotton was living in, but when Donald Trump was in charge, the only thing we had more of in this country was more chaos. And I think under Kamala Harris, you're going to see someone who's compassionate, who cares deeply about the welfare of all Americans, no matter what they look like, where they come from, who they love, who they pray to. An economic message that lifts people up instead of shutting out the middle class. I expect you'll see Kamala Harris speak not only about her strong track record, but her strong vision for the nation and prosecute the case effectively against Donald Trump tonight.
You mentioned the case against Trump. What about Joe Biden? You know, how does she go about building off of their record, but making clear to voters who are concerned that she won't just be Biden 2.0?
Well, serving as Joe Biden's vice president made her fit and ready to serve on day one. I think it's important that we examine Kamala Harris's positions, her vision, the things she wants to do for this nation. Elections are about the future, And Kamala Harris's vision for the future is a stark contrast to the dangerous vision of the future that Donald Trump has. One of less freedom and more.
Big debates with tonight's showdown less than 14 minutes away. For big debates with tonight's showdown less than 14 minutes away.
Welcome to the best season of the year. Welcome to the best season of the year. Football. Welcome to the comebacks. Welcome to the best season of the year. Football. Welcome to the comebacks. The stars. The exclusives. The comedy and the best booth in the game.
Is that a new tie? Sure is.
Welcome to a dynasty in the making. A sibling rivalry for the ages. Welcome to the 2024 NFL.
We're tending to our passengers' dreams. But make no mistake about it, it's your job to keep everyone alive.
Wouldn't it be nice?
The Scarlet Witch took my powers. I need a coven to get back on top.
If we make it to the end of the road, it'll give you the thing you want the most.
I'm feeling like I want to cause some damage.
Agatha All Along, streaming September 18th, only on Disney+.
In Mom Talk, there's secrets, there's lies, gossip.
This ship is heaven. We're tending to our passengers' dreams. But make no mistake about it, it's your job to keep everyone alive.
Wouldn't it be nice?
I am a conservative and Mormon.
Me, Jenna, Kayla, and Macy are the most devout.
There is a divide.
It looks like we're all the best of friends, but we're not.
Can Mom Talk survive this?
You're doing a really good job pretending not to hate me.
I'm not pretending. How are we supposed to know if someone's dangerous when we first meet them? I know you're crazy, but this is next level.
The Scarlet Witch took my powers. We're gonna walk the road to get it back.
The road is a myth. It's a con.
It's a death wish.
What is that?
Join me. If we make it to the end, it'll give you the thing you want the most.
I'm feeling like I want to cause some damage.
Two harbingers of doom.
Marvel Television's Agatha All Along, 2-episode premiere September 18th, only on Disney+.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I have someone that I would like to introduce you to. Dad.
Well, hello, Joe.
I'm so excited.
We got a lot of living to do. Life should be fun, and we're not done yet.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Here's to Good Mornings in America. Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun. Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America. Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America.
You know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Reporting from the 2024 Democratic National Convention in Chicago, I'm Kira Phillips. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, I'm Martha Raddatz. We're live from Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center, the site of tonight's debate, now about 10 minutes away.
And I'm Jonathan Carl here with Mary Bruce and Rachel Scott. The candidates are just off the stage, ready to walk out. They are in their hold rooms, just minutes from making that walk. Martha, you have been backstage at this moment. What's it like?
Well, it's stressful, but it's also that time you just say, this is go time. You get in your zone. I'm sure the nominees, the candidates right now are thinking the same thing. They've studied. They're going to go out, open the curtain.
All right, well, then let's bring somebody in who has been there both debating Donald Trump and helping him prepare for general election debates, the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie. So Chris, you've helped prepare Trump for this moment several times. He says he doesn't prepare, but he actually does. Bring us into that room right now. What's going on with Donald Trump?
Well, look, at this point, he's in the worst hour of his prep, because you just have to sit there and wait for the time to come, and they make you get there early. And so he is there. He's not really being spoken to. A little small talk here and there, but nobody's trying to give him any kind of clues.
So let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question I tried to ask Tom Cotton. He didn't exactly give me an answer, but you will. Which Trump is going to show up tonight? You know what I mean by that. Which Trump?
I think at the beginning of the debate, the Trump who will show up will be the calmer Donald Trump. He knows inherently after the 2020 first debate against Joe Biden that the other Donald Trump is not the one that's a winning formula. The question's going to be, will he be able to continue to maintain that approach through questioning by David and Lindsay and through any comments that Vice President Harris makes in his direction? And that'll be the key to how he performs tonight.
And you and I were talking, you helped prepare him for those 2016 debates against Hillary Clinton. He told you that he had respect for Hillary Clinton, that Hillary Clinton was smart as you were preparing. What about Kamala Harris? We hear not the same.
Well, certainly he's not saying that publicly in any way. And I can tell you that in 2016, he would regularly say during the many debate prep sessions that we had with him that Hillary Clinton was smart, that she was a good debater, that she was not to be taken lightly. And I don't think there was ever a moment in 2016 where he took her lightly. I do think he took Joe Biden lightly in 2020. And clearly during the prep sessions that I had with him, it was very, very difficult to get him to focus on what Joe Biden might or might not do in that first debate. And I think his performance in part reflected that. So the question's going to be, is what he's saying publicly what he really believes? We know that often with Donald Trump, that's performance. But I will tell you that in his 2016 prep, he was serious about getting ready for Hillary Clinton. In his 2020 debate prep, he was completely unserious about getting ready for Joe Biden. I think performances in both those debates reflected that approach.
All right, Chris Christie, you'll be watching with us. Martha?
About 6 minutes left before the debate, so let's bring Donna Rivas, the RNC. Welcome to both of you. And Donna, let's start with you. You have said that Kamala Harris has to own the future, but she also has to own the past. So how does she do this?
Did they flag me? Uh-oh. Did I get flagged?
Made too, and Donald Trump is going to go. Any mistakes they made too, and Donald Trump is going to go after her on that.
You know, Martha, they made mistakes. Donald Trump and Mr. Pence made mistakes. But you know what? If we focus on our mistakes, we won't focus on all of the good things that we could do together as Americans. I do believe there's something to say about people who are now able to work. The people who can buy their insulin without paying over $1,000, $35. There's so much good that she can talk about, from the visits that she's made to small towns across this country, large cities across the country. Bring us together. The American people want to be led into the future, not dragged back to another era.
And Ryan, so I want your thoughts on, you've also prepped Donald Trump for debates back in 2016, I believe. What Donald Trump do you think we'll see tonight? Can he be disciplined about talking about policies?
Dinner's
and what kind of
ready.
president he will be?
Well, he certainly can be. I mean, the reality is Donald Trump doesn't have a lot to lose tonight. I mean, his support has always been almost unmovable. So the second piece is the honeymoon, I think, is over for Kamala Harris. And you all kind of touched on it with Donna. Kamala Harris has to answer for the state of the economy that she took a role in the Biden administration, the border, her past positions on decriminalizing the border, decriminalizing certain drugs, what her role was in Afghanistan. So really, the spotlight is on Kamala Harris tonight because she played a role in the Biden administration. She wants to act like she's not an incumbent. So this is where the focus is going to be. And she's got a lot to answer for tonight. And I think that's where Donald Trump's focus will be and where it actually should be tonight.
Well, one of the things he wants to do is have female voters look at him. How does he attract female voters after saying things about Kamala Harris? And we'll see how he pronounces that tonight. Things he said about Kamala Harris, that she's dumb as a rock. That's not really going to attract female voters, is it?
Yeah, no, it won't. But I also think that just like he did in the first debate against Joe Biden, I think the formula here is to constantly tie Kamala Harris to the Biden administration, which is where Trump is winning against her on the economy, inflation, and all these other problems that we're having, and then sit back and let her talk. Let her explain herself, her past positions, current positions. How does she feel about how Biden has done on the economy? How does she feel about the border? Well, then turn it over and let her talk.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us tonight, Donna and Reince. We're all staying tuned. Can't wait.
And I have to say, as we are just less than 2 minutes away, this such an extraordinary moment, and especially, Rachel, when you consider that these two people that have been the center of our lives for the last 2 months have never met each other.
Have never even met each other. And Harris said, if you got something to say it to my face. The question tonight, does Donald Trump actually go there? He's questioned her racial identity. He's questioned her intelligence as well. Or does he stick to the issues?
Look, this is the largest audience they're likely going to have in this race. It will be interesting to see if Harris can make clear the stark choice before voters. And where does she decide to land her punches? She can punch hard. Can she do that while rising above the needling coming her way? But first and foremost, are we going to see a handshake when the two of them meet for the first time?
We didn't back in 2016 when I did that debate. We'll stand by to see that tonight. But the first time, side to side, together.
And I have my doubts that we're going to see that handshake, but what we are going to see is a spirited debate and perhaps the most consequential general election debate we have ever seen, because almost certainly going to be the last one. So with the stakes so high, the presidential debate just moments away, we have the entire news division keeping an eye on everything. We are going to be fact-checking on our live blog. It's all going to be happening right here. The debate now just 10 seconds away. And we will be back with our post-game show as soon as it's over. We are going to toss it right now to David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Damn, they cut him off. Let's get it.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election. Their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Stop pissing me off.
You're not. We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to
Stop
face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Oh, shit. I fucked up.
Both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid.
Lie.
And I am actually
She lied
the only
already.
person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class
Oh,
and working
God, she
people
lied
of America.
already.
I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too
Because of
expensive for far
BlackRock
too many people.
And you're in bed with.
We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be.
Better stop playing.
That we're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from
Look at her face.
prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics.
Here we
and
go.
Also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora.
I
in
told
Colorado.
you he was going to
They
say
are
it.
taking over
Oh,
the
you were gonna
towns.
bring it
They're
up.
taking over buildings. They're going in
Dinner's
violently.
ready.
These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and
Over
we
100
have to
people
get
hit
them
the
out.
like.
We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and
He
border
said
security during this debate,
he
but
went in-
I would
Haitians
like to
for
let
command
Vice
me.
President
Here we
Harris
go.
respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is
haven't done
build
enough,
on
though.
what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight
Trump, she just
is
gave
a
you the opening. You
detailed
better not
and
call her one
dangerous
name.
plan called Project 2025 that
Uh-huh.
the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely.
You a
I'm not
damn
going
lie.
to read
You
it.
said
This was
you
a group
looked
of
at it
people
and
that
said there
got
was some
together.
great
They
things
came up
there.
with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But
You
it
just
makes no
said you didn't
difference. I have
read it.
nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody
my
knows
God,
what
he
I'm going to do.
lied.
Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for
That
the
includes
future
Dr.
of
Claude
America.
Anderson.
What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16
just diss your
Nobel
alma mater,
laureates have
sir?
described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession.
Why does her
You
mouth
just have
sound
to
so
look
squishy?
at where
Pause.
we are and where we stand
she
on the
drink
issues. And
before
I'd
this?
invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you
Donald Trump
because
look
he
like
is
he finna
more
fall
interested
asleep.
in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. I gave her that to say. Look,
Fix that
I went to the
mic.
Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan.
Now that's
and it's
true.
Like four
That's true.
sentences.
She did do that.
Like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars.
I'd rather hear
I
trillions.
had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America.
You're going by
He
2020.
invited
Don't
trade
do that.
wars. You want to talk about his deal with China?
You saw
what
his
he
eye
ended
roll.
up doing
Oh,
is
this is
under
about to
Donald
be
Trump's
fun.
presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. When a policy about China should be
just called him
in
a
making
traitor.
sure the
Trump,
United
fight
States
back.
of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald
No,
Trump
ma'am,
did,
you wanna
let's talk
import
about
workers
this,
from
with
India.
COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
Y'all got mad at him when he said Kung
First of
Flu.
all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
Oh,
She's
my
gone to
God.
philosophy, but if she ever got elected, she'd change it.
It happened.
It
happened.
She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor
Oh,
in
my
economics, and he taught her well.
It happened. It happened.
When you look at these millions and millions
just
of
went
people
after her
that pour
daddy.
into our
Oh,
country
this is gonna
monthly,
be lit.
where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that the New York State pouring in, and just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals, and that's bad for our economy too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing
Hey,
that can happen to
command
our
me, here it
economy.
is.
They have, and
You're gonna
she
say black
has
father, why?
destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
That's Tulsi that was just talking.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able
Damn,
to
y'all not
kill
gonna let her
Roe v.
respond
Wade.
on that?
Last year, you said
Get
that you were
some.
proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times.
Just say, I
Therefore,
want to listen
why
to
should they
women.
trust
He
Well, the
wins
reason
all
I'm
day.
doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio,
No collard greens.
the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're
That's
going to hear
a
a bunch of
never
lies,
mind.
and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion
that's a
bans that make no
state thing,
exception
though.
even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens
on
to
the
their body
state,
next. That
ma'am.
is immoral.
But that's on the
One does
state.
not have to
You
abandon
made his
their
point
faith
for him.
or deeply held beliefs
dumb.
to agree. The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do.
It's
with
on the
her body. I
states.
have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a
state. They still go
miscarriage,
to
being
other states
denied
anyway and
care
do it.
in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's
Oh my
bleeding out in a car in the
God.
parking lot.
We're
She
not
didn't
gonna
want
do
that.
that.
Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that.
So you
And
want
I
to kill a
pledge
kid?
to
All
you,
right, say less.
When Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign
Dinner's
it
ready.
into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban.
He just
Understand
told you
in
he
his
wasn't going to
Project
do it. He said kick it
2025,
back to the
there would be a
states.
national
Even though I don't
abortion,
believe
a
his ass,
monitor
but you
that would
know,
be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe
he
that
literally
certain
just said if
freedoms,
it's not,
in
if it harms
particular
the mother,
freedom to
no.
make
You a
decisions about
dumbass.
one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Trump, all
Thank
you had
you,
to say
Vice
was,
President
I listen to
Well,
women.
there
That's
she
all you had to
goes
say.
again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the
that's
50,
only if
50,
it don't go back to the
essentially
Democrats.
50,
So don't
50
tell that
in
lie.
both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it
That's
reminds
if
me
you
of
hope
when
the
they said they're going to
Republicans
get
win.
student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free.
Why the
But
hell
they
are you
were
talking
saying
about
it's the
student loans? I
same
thought we were
way
talking about
that
abortion.
They talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes
Huh?
or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with JD. In all fairness, JD, and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting
Why are you
student
talking
loans.
about
They
student loans
taunted
with abortion?
young people and a lot of other people that had loans.
You had her.
They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't
Well,
be done. And
technically,
now
sir,
you
they're
have a
state,
vote of
so
the
that's
people
on
on
them.
abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond,
They
but I
have-
do
they
want
have
to ask,
influence over
would
their
you
own
support
state.
any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane
why don't
sitting
you
next
go
to
by the
strangers
state?
to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
You could do abortions in
Here
the
we go.
7th month, the 8th month, the ninth
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and
There we
border
go.
security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration
the white
from
man
Central
about to
America.
question you.
We
Let's
know
get
that
it.
illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations
Oh, God.
for
That's
the
not what he
trafficking
asked
of
you.
guns, drugs, and human beings.
That's not what he
And
asked
let
you.
me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill?
Years to do it.
Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader. Is the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing
You're
a
running
problem.
on problems
And I'll tell
right
you something,
now.
He's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
You said
And
what?
I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
He literally
And
does
I'll
that
tell
at the
you,
rally.
I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
But he does
Vice
say
President
that. He's
Harris,
not
thank you.
first.
President
You're
Trump,
like
on that
third,
point,
but
I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go.
There we go.
And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
Oh, my God.
And then
You said what?
showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that.
Look at-
People
look at her
don't leave
face,
my
look at her
rallies.
face.
We
You
have
know
the
how
biggest
long
rallies,
I've been
the most
waiting for this?
incredible rallies in the history
Woo,
of
I'm about to make
politics.
a name
That's
for
because
myself
people
here.
want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
Oh, my God.
It happened. It happened.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on
let
television.
me just say here, this is the
People on
this
television
is
say
the-
my dog was taken, and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
the people are
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
It happened. There's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you heard.
You talk about extreme.
Wow.
You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who
Okay,
have
so
formally
what?
worked with
That's 100
President
votes.
Bush,
Okay, that's
Mitt
great.
Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement
he got
of
something for John McCain.
former
He got
Vice
bars.
President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know
He got
the
something for Liz
inside
Cheney,
track
too,
on
and her
who
daddy.
the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general,
Bruh,
has
your
said he has
people
contempt
left.
for the
Like
Constitution
Simone
of the United
E.J.
States.
Johnson II.
His former
Sanders
national
left.
security advisor has
Your
said he is
people said
dangerous
that all
and
you do is be
unfit.
cussing and saying the F word all
His
day.
former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because
Go ahead.
when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people.
Talk your shit.
Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't
No,
fire
they left.
anybody having to do with Afghanistan
They
and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me,
He
they
just
can
took a
write
shot at
books. With
Omarosa.
nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody.
Oh,
Look
my
at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far.
He said it.
In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented
Yeah, this I gotta
immigrants? I
hear.
know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow.
So how you
And
gonna
I
do
think they
it?
probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people
Bruh, will you
let in,
answer the
and
question?
all over the world.
Let's get it.
Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through
Wonderful.
the roof,
How are you gonna end
despite
it?
their
Come on.
fraudulent
Let's get to the
statements that they
show.
made. Crime
Tell
in this
us.
country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
He didn't even
President
answer the
Trump, as you know, the
question, but I
FBI
ain't getting
says
to another
overall,
soundbite.
it happened. Country, but Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities
Sir,
with
you
the
can go
worst
get that
crime.
from the website.
It was
Don't do
a
that.
fraud.
Don't do that.
Just
That
like
niggas
their
is
number of
lazy.
818,000
Motherfucker
jobs that they
lazy.
said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you.
Damn, you just killed yourself.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted
Oh, damn.
for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for
cares?
sexual
Answer the question.
assault. And his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal
Who
sentencing.
cares? Let's get to
And
the
let's
show.
be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page
See?
on
She
this
wants the
same old
immigration.
tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have
Why
a
are you
plan
talking
for,
about housing? We're talking about
address what we
immigration. Let's
must
go.
do to
Come on, let's get to
support
the
our
show.
small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me.
Any
Every one of those
question?
cases was started
Dinner's
by them
ready.
against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I
Who
will
gives
win
a
the rest on
damn?
appeal.
Answer the
And you
question.
saw
How
that
you
with
gonna
the
get rid of
decision
11
that came
million
down just
illegals? Come
recently
on.
from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ from Atlanta
What did he
and
do, Doc?
Fani
He didn't win a
Willis
damn thing.
to the Attorney
Stop it.
General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe
cares?
Biden
Answer the-
was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They're fake cases.
Really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice
Jesus
Department.
Well,
Christ.
let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct
about
if he were to enter
immigration.
the
You
White
think
House
they
again.
both want it.
Understand, this is someone who has
I told
openly
y'all this for
said
months.
he
They
would
both want
terminate,
it.
I'm quoting,
They
terminate
want the
the
immigration.
Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly
cares?
expressed
You do
disdain
the same
for
thing.
members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him.
Then shut the fuck up in 2024.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last
They didn't
run
even
for
answer the
president-
question.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're
God.
the threat to democracy with a
President
fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get
went
to.
nowhere.
Damn
We have a
right.
lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't.
Of
You
course not,
supported
because
decriminalizing
2A ain't
border
gonna vote
crossings.
for her.
Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
Because she's John Kerry
So
20 years
my
later.
values have not changed, and I'm going to
She said that
discuss
how many
every
times?
one of the,
Her
at
values
least every
didn't
point
change.
that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking.
You literally said
I
it.
have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act,
You literally
which
said you were
opened
going
new
to.
leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil.
Buying it.
As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class
She
kid
said it again.
raised by a hardworking mother.
Where's your
who
daddy?
Worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager.
In Canada.
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then file bankruptcy 6
Who
times
cares? At least he's
is a
a
value that
billionaire.
I
Who
bring to
cares?
my work, to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather.
What does that have to
And
do
my
with?
focus then on protecting women and
What does
children
that have
from
to do with
violent crime
fracking?
is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable.
Why should I
My
care?
work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a
You
perspective
have no
that is
values,
about
man. You
lifting
slept with a.
people up
Both of y'all
and
slept
not beating
with people inside
down
your marriage.
and name calling.
No, I
The
tell
true
lies.
measure of the
You slept with a
leader
man
is
while
the
he was married,
leader who
and he
actually
slept
understands
with women
that
while he was
strength is
married.
not in
Y'all
beating
ain't got
people
no
down, it's
value.
in lifting
Shut up.
people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I
Brooklyn,
learned a lot
Queens.
from him. But I was given a
Hey,
fraction
Brooklyn
of that, a
Queen,
tiny
he
fraction.
shouted you out.
And I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that.
You talked about her
she's been
daddy.
against it for 12 years. Defund the police. She's been against that forever.
Huh?
She gave all that stuff up very
What do you
wrongly,
mean she was
very
against
horribly,
defunding the police?
and
What are you
everybody's
talking
laughing
about?
at it. Okay,
Uh-oh.
they're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like she was big on defund the police.
You just
In
said she
Minnesota,
wasn't.
she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking.
Oh
now.
Jesus!
You
Here
don't
we
mind,
go.
please.
Here we go.
Does that sound familiar? She went out.
Oh my
She
God!
went
You
out
told her to shut up.
in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis. She went out and raised money to get them out of jail.
God.
She did things that
He
nobody
told her
would
to
ever
shut
think
up.
of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this.
This is
She wants to
lit.
confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing so important in my
Hey,
opinion.
command me. He said,
So
"Say it to you." You
I
told
got
him,
the
"Say
oil
it to your
business
face," and he
going
did
like
it. Now,
nobody has
what's
ever done
your
before.
comeback? Let's see it.
When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were.
Be
I would
quiet.
have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline.
God, they
So
just
they said,
throwing
let's go
everything
back to Trump.
outside.
But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come
Talk
out.
your
You ever see a
stuff.
solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar.
Dinner's ready.
400,
President
500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not
issues
Facts.
that we
things
have
He's
to
just
get to
rambling
in
now.
time. Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And
thought they
I
had
want
to
to
take
talk
2
about the
commercial
peaceful
breaks.
transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis.
Told her to shut
Mr.
up.
President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol.
we
you
go.
said you would be right
Let's
there
get
with
it.
them. The country and the world saw what played out in the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack.
Come on.
Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office.
Right.
You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message
Keep
telling your
going.
supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically.
You just threw him under the
and
bus.
nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer.
Bullshit.
That should have never,
She should have
ever
complied.
shot her. It's a
It happened.
disgrace. We didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly.
She didn't
I
comply.
ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour it in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people?
Hey,
When are they going to be
how y'all feel
prosecuted?
now? Your man
When are
threw you
these
under the bus.
people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over
From
the
the
world because of it. But let me
window
when are those, David, when are
to
those people going
hell.
to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down
She
Minneapolis
called a
going to
hot
be
night
prosecuted?
shell.
Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be
Smart
big.
move.
I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened.
He did
They
answer
want
the
to get rid
question,
of that
though.
tape.
He said, I ain't got nothing to do
It
with
would
it.
have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about
But what
former
was he
Speaker
supposed
Pelosi.
to do?
But I do want Vice
He
President
had
Harris
nothing to do with
respond.
that. He just told you.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was
Okay.
the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was
Okay.
there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent
No, he
mob
didn't. He wasn't even.
to attack
Bruh.
our nation's
I
capital.
hate the critter, but he didn't do that.
To
He was gone.
desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140
gone,
law
madam.
enforcement officers were injured.
He talked at like
And some
11
died.
something. They went in
And
there about
understand,
3:30.
the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason.
And he was not
But
impeached
this is not
over
an
it, ma'am. He
isolated
didn't get
situation.
impeached.
Let's remember
What do you
Charlottesville,
mean?
where there was a mob of people
I don't think y'all
carrying
know what
tiki
the term
torches,
impeach means.
spewing anti-Semitic hate.
Anti-Semitic.
And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the
Man,
Proud
you
Boys,
didn't say
a
a damn
militia,
word about Buffalo. You had to get
the
close.
president said, the
Al
former
Sharpton.
president said,
Shut
stand
up.
back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back.
Man.
It's time to turn the page.
Yeah, here we go with the
And
turn
if
the
that
page.
was a
Which
bridge
page?
too
Page
far for you,
45 or
well,
page
there is a
135?
place
Which one?
in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand
Our
for rule
democracy.
of law, and to end the
You sound like Abby
chaos,
Phillip.
and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be
He
clear,
did nothing.
on that
Never mind.
point, Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this.
Okay,
Let's
and it
not
would have been a
go back.
bloodbath on your side
Let's
if y'all
chart
lost.
a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity,
Oh, yeah,
Jesse,
they're
all of these
great.
people, they covered it. If they go
Sean
an
Hannity
extra
and
sentence,
Laura
they will see
Ingraham,
it was
aka
perfect.
Dinesh
It was
D'Souza's
debunked
bottom.
in almost
All right.
every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this: you talk about the Capitol.
James, he didn't cause
Why
it.
are we allowing these millions
That
of
was
people to
MAGA.
come
That
through
was
on
not
the
him.
southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border
my
because
God.
they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the border.
So why didn't
Patrol, who
you
are
do
phenomenal.
it?
If
He
they
just set
do that,
himself
the
up.
border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people
set
are killing
himself up.
many people.
So if that's true,
unlike
why didn't you do
J6.
it?
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election,
He lost.
you falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it,
bring
that
that
you
up.
came up a little bit short.
I said that.
Are you now
Did he just say,
acknowledging
did
that you
I
lost
say
in
that?
2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
Oh my
you know
God!
that.
That was
It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said
great.
sarcastically. Look, there's so much
great.
proof. All you have to
That
do
was
is look at it.
sarcastic.
And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten.
It happened.
The election, people should never be thinking about
Now
an
you're being
election as fraudulent.
sarcastic.
We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm. Lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. We should just point out here as clarification. And
Shout
you
out
know
to
this,
David
you
Muir.
and your
Give him
allies,
that
60
word.
cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge
Republican,
looked at it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics.
Right.
But you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there
nation
tonight.
is
He said he didn't
dying.
say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election.
No, he was being sarcastic.
That was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win,
the debate
those
is 90
people who
minutes.
cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you
The
believe?
vote is
he's
not
trying to do?
suppressed.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a
He
very
was fired
difficult
by
time
81 million
processing that.
people. What are you talking about?
But we cannot afford to have
Maybe
a
that's-
president
why
of
you
the
looking at the
United
popular
States
vote?
who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm
I
going to
thought
tell
you
you
said there was
that
voter suppression. So how is
I
it
have
free?
traveled the world as vice president of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
They deserve better than both of
Let
you.
me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when
Because y'all
this
couldn't
weak,
get a read on him.
pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But
Mr.
he
President.
got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very
Dinner's
well.
We've got a lot
ready.
more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas
Here we
war
go.
and hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7,
Mm-hmm.
Hamas, a terrorist organization,
Mm-hmm.
slaughtered 1,200 Israelis.
Mm-hmm.
Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so, absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock
Your
on
people
that.
said they just want the
Work
ceasefire to
around the
get the
clock,
hostages
also
out, not to
understanding
end the
that we
war.
must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and an equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself,
By
in
giving them
particular
money.
as it
Say
relates
it.
to
By giving them money.
Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel.
Which is called
But
BRIC.
we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where
Rebuild
the
Gaza, you
Palestinians
hear her.
have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
53 territories.
President
53rd
Trump, how would
territory.
you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there.
Millions.
But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers.
Uh-oh.
She wanted to go to the sorority party.
Uh-oh.
She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people,
my God.
Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran
Damn.
was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money
she's
for
AKA.
Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different
Always capping,
spheres of
always.
terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money
it was
for
fake
terror.
news.
They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around.
Called BRICS. Say
Look
it.
at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and
They
I'll
ain't
get
finna
the
listen
war
to you. BRICS
with
is not about to
Ukraine
listen to
and
you,
Russia
Trump.
ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I
He's
have
married Israel.
my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract
They're already
from the
divided,
reality,
ma'am. He
which
had to
is,
do
it
it.
is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love
And guess
letters with
what?
Kim
And guess
Jong-un.
what? They
And
were
it is
ready to talk a deal
absolutely
within the
well
first
known
3 months,
that
and the
these
U.S. killed it.
dictators and
So how about
autocrats
that?
are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and
Vincent, you don't
respecting
want
in highest regard our military.
Vice
according to the
President Harris,
Constitution, you
thank
have to
you.
have one, but you
And
don't want
she's the
Congress
one
running
that
shit.
caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin
Why are we going back
endorsed
to
her
that?
last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Shout out to the Wolves. Shout out to the dogs. The dogs got more run than reparations. You see that bullshit? So let's highlight this. They yelled at each other.
Be quiet! Shut up!
They over there kissed Israel's ass. Ain't say nothing about black people except talking about them migrants and how the Haitians were eating dogs in Ohio.
It happened. It happened.
I can't believe he said it. So I think we have a perfect grade for this first part of the debate. Bruh. Oh, bro, this is so great. This is so great. Oh my God. Bro. She walked off when he said they were eating dogs in Springfield, Ohio. She walked off. Bruh. I know X is lit right now. I know they lit. Oh my God, he said it. I can't believe he said it. Oh, Lord. Gray Black Shark is, oh, man. Trump, you screwed up. You should have just said, I want to listen to women on the abortion. That's all you had to say. If you'd have said that, she couldn't say nothing to you. But you allowed it. Damn, you keep giving her too much rope, bro. Well, I'm on there right now, Torian. It's not a Clavin, so it's all right. Everybody's just talking about it. What the fuck? What the hell? Bruh. Like, you even got wrestling people watching this. And they said they wasn't gonna watch it. Oh, this is gonna go down in the record books. Oh my good God. They back yet? Hey, how y'all not back yet? Like, come on, let's get to the show. Let's see if you're gonna bring up black people in the second part. Come on. What y'all giving that first part? Scale of 1 to 10. Y'all can use negatives. Go ahead. Shakur, you listen. You're gonna have 10 weeks to watch them bitch. That's content. Beautiful content. Let's see, a 3, a 2, 4 for the laughs, a -8. They not back yet? What the hell? Come on, let's get to the show. Another -8, 2, 7. I award them no points. Adjustable 4, 5. No, it ain't over. They got more. Come on, get back to the show. It don't take this long. It might be back now. Hold on. Yeah, it's back
the
now.
National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years
Didn't y'all
into this
just talk
conflict.
about
Mr.
Ukraine?
President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir
Didn't
Putin,
we
to
just
defend
talk
their
about
sovereignty,
Ukraine? Let's
their
talk about black
democracy,
people here.
that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. Would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight.
How's the
Do you
screen
want
black?
Ukraine to win this war?
Are y'all
I
serious?
want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed.
I don't know how the screen is black. All right, hold on.
Billion or more, because they don't
I
ask
see it.
Europe,
I don't know how
which is
y'all
a
don't see
much
it.
bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion.
I could still
They're
hear
into
it.
100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect
your president. Okay, they
Oh,
respect
Jesus.
me. They
There
don't
we
respect
go.
Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason?
Talk
He
your
hasn't
stuff.
even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know.
Dog
Is he our
again.
president?
It happened.
Or is the president
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Keyword of the
your
night
time
is
up.
dog.
Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S.
Go for it,
best
son.
interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal.
Get it
because
done.
we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald
what he
Trump
should have
says
said.
that
You
this
said,
war
"Sure
would
about
be
that."
over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few
meet with
days
Putin?
before Russia invaded,
Did you
tried
meet with
through
Putin?
force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself.
And
Days later, I
Palestinian
went to
refugees.
NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania.
Dinner's
And
ready.
through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And
Why didn't you
because
bring
of
these
our
countries together to
support,
end the damn
because
war?
of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean.
It's
Because
Kiev, not
Putin's
Kyiv.
agenda is
You
not
don't even know
just about
foreign politics. You
Ukraine.
don't even know
Understand
capital. What is
why the
it?
European allies and our NATO
Kiev.
allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the
said it
rest
again.
of
It's
Europe,
Kiev.
starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the
Kyiv.
800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Dinner's ready. Now we're
Vice
eating
President Harris,
humans.
thank you.
Get
We've heard
some.
from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please.
Oh my God,
would
he
have
did
been
it again.
sitting in
Quiet,
Moscow,
please.
much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk
her,
about.
she's black.
Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. and the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times.
Ooh.
The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries
Dinner's
at the
ready.
time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you.
Dinner's
I want to turn
ready.
to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did.
Okay,
And
that's
as
not
a
what he
result,
asked you.
America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where
Here.
we are.
There you
Donald
go.
Trump, when he was president,
Let's understand how we got here.
negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He
Don't
bypassed
start
the
talking about
Afghan
going down.
government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban
Didn't
getting
y'all give the
5,000
Taliban $250 million?
Taliban terrorists released. And get this, get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of
they
American
negotiated
diplomacy,
deals at
where
Camp
we
David. What are you
invite and
talking about?
receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the president of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of
so
respect.
dumb.
And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our
We're not going to bring up
military,
the Camp David Accord.
fallen
Right? We're not going to do
soldiers,
that.
and the work that we must do to
dumb.
uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. but I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you.
I want
to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
Oh my God.
I want to ask a bigger picture question.
It happened.
Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care.
My
I don't care
man,
what you-
he said it.
I don't care.
Let's go, Trump.
You make a big deal out of
Talk your stuff.
me.
But those were
Whatever
your
she
words, so I'm
identifies as
asking-
okay
I
with
don't know. I
me.
mean, all I
You
can
just
say
put
is
over
I
the
read where she was
LGBTQ. Let's get it.
not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris,
Go
your
ahead.
thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a
Oh my
tragedy
God,
that we
she's
have
stumbling.
someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You
You know,
just
I
pulled your
do
card.
believe that the vast
Get
majority
some.
of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want
Yay!
this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide
Why
us,
should I
and
care?
especially by race. Remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land, he owned land, he owned
Who gives a
buildings,
damn? He just pulled the
and
card.
he was
Tell us if you're
investigated
black or not.
because he
But I don't
refused to
care.
rent property to black
Who
families.
cares?
Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a
Oh
full-page
my
ad
God.
in the
Hey,
New York
all you black
Times
folks who said she was
calling
black,
for the
she's not answering the
execution
question.
of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were
cares?
innocent, the
He
Central
did
Park
what he
5.
did. Okay, we legislated that.
Took out a full-page ad
Okay, we
calling for
legislated
their
that. He was an
execution.
asshole for
This
that.
is the
Okay,
same
answer the
individual
question. He pulled your card.
who
Are you
spread
black?
birther lies
What are
about the
you?
first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that. Want better than this.
Be quiet!
Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other
Are
a
you
friend.
black?
We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is
Are your
constantly
feelings hurt?
trying to
Words
have
down.
Americans point their fingers
girl,
at each other.
baby girl.
I
Oh,
meet
really?
with people all the time who tell me, can we please just
Come on,
have
Trump, get her.
discourse
Just say,
about
are you black
how
or are you
we're going
Indian?
to
Just
invest in
say
the
it. Come on,
aspirations
you
and
need-
the ambitions
come
and the
on.
dreams of the American people? Knowing that
Ask her,
regardless
are you
of
black or are
people's
you Indian?
color
Come
or
on,
the
let's go. Let's
language
do
their
the show.
grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Are you black or are you Indian? Say, ask
President Trump, this is now your third time.
Oh, he's about to ask her.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our
Talk your
country.
shit.
There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what
Are
she
you
just
black
said,
or white?
going back many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty.
Oh my God,
I
bruh.
said, well, if they
You were
pled guilty,
giving
they
it back to
badly
her.
hurt
Shut
a
up.
person, killed a person ultimately.
Shut up.
And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not
Shut
guilty.
up.
But this is a person
He
that
had
has
her.
to
All you had to
stretch
say is, are
back
you black or are you
years,
Indian?
40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the
Who
history
gives a
of the
damn?
world.
You should
And I'm
went
going to
right
build
back
it
there and say,
again.
are you
It's
black
going
or
to
are
be
you
bigger,
Indian? Let's
better,
go.
and stronger. but they're destroying our economy.
boy
They
can-
have
the
no
boy
idea
can't
what a good
debate.
economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman. She says she is Biden. The worst inflation we've
I
ever
don't
had.
give a damn.
A
Are you
horrible
black?
economy
You
because
just let her fade
inflation
away
has made
again.
it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Time's up.
I want to respond to that, though. I wanna
Maybe she's gonna tell us she's
briefly.
black.
Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
What is that?
One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans.
Are you black or
And let's compare
Indian?
the plans. I have a plan
Tell us how much
to
you
give
want
startup
this.
businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name calling. Let's
Are you
turn the
black or
page
Indian?
Vice President
and move
Harris.
Maybe he's gonna
Thank
ask
you.
now.
Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police.
I don't give a
She has
damn.
a
Ask her if she's
plan
black
to
or Indian.
confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay,
That's what her
damn
plan
it.
is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump,
president has
no,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now
times.
your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be? Never going to be great. Or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing, but it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still
I
do
don't know
not
what the
have a
hell he
plan.
just said.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll
not
get to that, Lindsay. I just
affordable,
need to
though.
respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's
You a
guns
damn
away.
lie.
So stop with the continuous lying about
You a
this
damn
stuff.
lie.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act,
Because
understand,
you
let's
tweeted
just
it out
look at
after
the
that
history
last
to know where
shooting.
people stand.
Ban
When Donald
assault
Trump was
rifles.
president,
That's literally
60
taking away
times
people's
he
guns.
tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John
called him
McCain,
a
I will
coward.
never
Okay, he
forget
said
that
it.
night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching
Oh,
tonight. You
wait,
remember
ma'am,
what that
but
was like?
insurance, they allow
Remember
you to
when
do
an
that now.
insurance company could
They
deny
take pre-existing
if a
conditions.
child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it.
Hey, Trump,
And
after
the
she's
plan
black,
has to
come
be
on.
to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Pass as
President
prologue
Harris,
in terms
Dinner's
of where Donald
ready.
Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made a
of
mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying
Oh, my
privately
Lord.
for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do
Why should I
to
care?
fight climate change? And President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask
That's a
anybody
state
who
issue,
has
not a
been
federal.
the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to
Because
go.
every president
We know
that
that
served,
we can
you refer
actually
to them
deal
as
with this
president.
issue. The young people
Doesn't
of
matter
America care
if they
deeply
lost.
about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy.
But you didn't
while
do
we
that
have
for
also
student bills.
increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in
You shouldn't be
clean
talking about
energy
jobs
to the
because y'all
point
got
that
caught
we are
lying.
opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain.
Because
who
Sean
also
Fain
know
collects
that part of
$300,000 a year,
building
and he
clean
had
energy
a
economy
worker
includes
strike on y'all's
investing
watch.
in American-made
And by the way, he's
products,
being investigated.
American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't
Dinner's
happen under Donald
ready.
Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico. in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse.
Mexico's trying to get into BRICS.
Biden doesn't
That's
go
true.
after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you...
Damn. They cut him off like that? They last.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
He had it. Family, he had it. All you had to say after she said something was, you didn't answer the question, are you black or are you Indian? He had her. Trump could have broke the internet if he would have just asked that question. Oh shit, I got super chats. I didn't even see him. Nightfall Draw, thank you for becoming a member. That's a blessing. And you get this here. Carl Langley, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said she looked like Jinx from Pokemon with that blonde wig on. I guess she was talking about Jessie Wu. That's a blessing. And you get this here. Project Leroy, it's been a while, but thank you for the $5 super chat. You said so. Command me gonna skip over the eating dogs and cats with no retort. TKO, y'all out of line. Hey, you get this here. Hexon KT, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, thank you, KG, for the music stream B1. B1 to you too. That's a blessing. And you get this here. Damn it, man. He had her. And that man pissed me off. Right there, he could have just said, are you black or are you Indian? I don't care, but I think the internet would like to know. I think people would like to know. Damn it. He had it. Trump, you could have went down in the annals of history. You ask Kamami if she's black. And if she wouldn't have answered it, you got her. If she would have answered it and said she was black, okay. We got to take it for face value. But if she would have danced, we had her. And you didn't do it. Yeah, I know she stammered, but you know what they're going to say? She went right back to the issues. Okay, I don't care that the Emmys are on September 15th. Who cares? That's wonderful. Who cares? Territory, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, some say Kamami took a Valium and has an earpiece. I agreed with Reverend. I mean, if she did, she did. We'll find out later, and then she'll be discredited. That's a blessing. And you get this here. Nasty work. Damn, they taking so long with these commercials, boy. Who cares? I don't care about Disney World. Come on, let's get back to the show. Okay, who cares? Disney World is the most magical place on earth. I don't care. Disney, Hulu, and Max. Wait a minute. Disney Plus and Hulu and Max. And wait, Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max are together now? What is this? When did this happen? Warner Brothers sold out to goddamn Disney now? Is that what we doing? All right, say less. Why is Kim Kardashian on the new American Horror Story? Oh Lord. They really think she's an actress. All right. You got it. All right, it's back.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with
Oh
you.
my God, it did it again.
So I think you've heard tonight two past and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy,
Here we go again with
investing in
that
small
bullshit.
businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world.
So you
I
can
will
have
be a
wars.
president that will protect our
You sounding like a
fundamental rights and
warmonger,
freedoms,
family.
including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what
Trump
to do.
just sat there and
I'll
told y'all
tell
he
you,
wants
I
peace. You
started
just
my
said
career
you
as a
want war.
prosecutor. I
Get
was
some.
a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll
You a
tell you,
damn
as
lie.
a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And
Did you
that's
say
the
that
kind of
to?
president
Did you
we
say that to
need
Oscar
right
Grant?
now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves
Did you say that to all
first.
the inmates
I
that you
intend to
let
be a
out to
president for
go
all
fight
Americans
wildfires?
and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and
What about
20
Sharif
years
Peoples?
to build back
Make it
up our
true, love.
country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been
Good
there
question.
for 3.5 years.
Talk.
They've had three and
But
a
we can
half
say the same
years
for you.
to
You didn't
fix the
do a lot
border.
for 4
They've
years.
had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in.
Like
You
what?
believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not.
What about
Germany tried that,
reparations?
and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question.
Are you black
Why
or Indian?
didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't
gonna
understand what happened
investigate
to
you for
us
that,
as a
by the way.
nation. We're not a leader.
Dumbass.
We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine, we're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Now they're going to go in the back and have a drink together.
And we are here live on ABC with our post-debate comments. I'm Martha Raddatz. It was all
Martha Raddatz. Damn, they brought her outside. All right. That's wild. Anyway, we pinned the link up top because we want to hear what you thought about it. So Trump, you should have asked her about her collard green recipe. You might have got something. I'm just saying. That was no, they didn't shake hands. They walked off the stage together, opposite ways. Now they're gonna go around the back and they're gonna be like, yo, that was lit, son. That was lit. Yeah, we got him. Did he really, William? That's him though. He's unhinged all day, every day. So it is what it is. This was this was wild. He brought up the dogs. He asked if she was black. I don't care.
It happened. It happened.
Oh, what X looking like? I should have been on X when he asked her that question. Motherfuckers go sit them, they go nuts. Let's see. It's even the Hotep. Somebody on the Hotep side didn't like what Trump did. So it sounded like the same old shit. But you know what? KG Ben told y'all. I watched them rallies. He says the same thing. He was right there. He should have just asked her, is she black? Has the word liberty? Nope. Oh, yeah. Look. Hey, look who, look. He just put this up. Look at him. Okay. I mean, it wasn't that goddamn funny. Y'all got to see this. It wasn't that goddamn funny.
Please. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now. If you don't mind,
did?
please.
Oh, shit.
Does that sound familiar?
I thought I did. All right.
She went out.
Huh.
She went out.
I'm getting over a cold right now.
Yeah,
And I
you got
can't
coon
even
pox. Yeah, you got coon pox. We don't want to catch it, so we're gonna stop playing your shit. My fault, family. I thought I pinned the right thing. My fault. But it was still funny nonetheless, right? Y'all got the laugh. What the hell? Where is it? Oh, there it is. All right. Yes, beloved.
That both are liars and repeaters. Neither has a plan. Both full of shit.
Protect the dogs.
He should have said cat. He's probably shitting on himself and lost his thought.
That was wild that he said it. That was wild. She left the stage when he said it. She moved away from the podium when he said it. Oh wow.
He had her on the ropes a couple of times, but didn't follow through.
All he had to say,
are you black or are you Indian?
You let her skate. Damn it. X would have crashed. But who knows? We might get a gift. They might do another one.
God, no, please.
Come on. It might be content. I almost want to advocate bringing her to me. That'd be the first question. Let's get this out the way before we talk about policy. Are you black or are you Indian? But
I tell you what, a couple of times her face screwed up. She looked like she wanted to leap at his ass.
She should have. I wanted her to say F you one time.
I think she was getting ready to say something and she caught herself.
That was a beautiful piece. That was a beautiful hour and 40 minutes. That was beautiful. No reparations talk though. Nothing about black people except them Haitians. Them Haitians. Damn.
Crazy. All right, beloved. I have endured this mess. I'm getting ready to retire for the evening. You have a good one.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
What to do, family?
Hello.
Neither one of them wanted to win this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Both of them got handed alley oops left and right. If you really look at it, like Kamala, she could have just said, "You know what? Let me address the fact that a lot of people don't think I'm black, because I am," and that would have just ended everything. But you're absolutely right. Trump should have just came on back and said, "Well, you didn't answer the question. I'm interested to know now. Are you black or are you Indian?" Because I believe, like you say, that would have broke the internet. The issue with what were they talking about? I think it was immigration, and he kept talking
about it.
or they kept running away from. They kept running away from that issue of immigration, but yet Trump could have been. He was handed an alley-oop right there too, because all he had to do was say, "Hey, I put policies in place to keep people in Mexico. I put policies in place to kind of keep the number down." It was, Biden that came into office and actually remove all those policies. So when Kamala was sitting there talking about how he shut down that bipartisan bill, I'd have been one of those type of people, but like, well, we wouldn't have needed a bipartisan bill if you never would have removed the policy in the first place. But yeah, KG, I believe both of them dropped the ball. They both had an alley-oop at one point or one time or another, and they both fumbled the ball.
Look, you even got the coon out here asking it. Ma'am, you ain't black either.
Well, at least she can actually say she has some black in her. Kamala is questionable. She has that Indian.
Kamala's had black in her.
Yeah, Indian. Oh, yeah, okay. Willie Brown, that counts, I guess. Montel Williams, that counts, and God knows whoever else that counts, I guess you could say. I mean, DNA wise, without an insert.
Wait, hold on. Somebody on Twitter says C-SPAN is lit. Wait a minute. We might have to go look at C-SPAN real fast. They said the C-SPAN is lit. Where is it? All right, go ahead. My bad.
No. I'm like I said, I'm done. I just wanted to say that little bit because I'm at odds. As many times as like ABC like say, okay, which one are you going to take it? And to be honest with you, I think that Trump didn't go all the way into the "Are you black" thing because one of his advisors, because he was prepped for this, right? So I think one of his advisors might have let him know, like, stay away from that topic. It's a touchy topic with the Black Americans and all this other stuff.
We need to know.
That's true. That's true. This is the one time that I believe that Trump should have just let loose and asked her everything he wanted to ask her
A lot of the
before.
times when she seemed to get more emotional, I don't want to say angry.
Oh my
it
God.
felt a bit kind of like there was a bit of frustration almost, like she's trying to mimic the frustration of American people, for example. But when she talks about the ways that Trump has failed to act and react
just called her an angry
to
black woman,
situations that we
allegedly.
are facing as American people. And she seemed to just really express that frustration and say, why haven't you fixed this?
Yes, sir.
All right, Nicholas there in Georgia. Back to the spin room. Senator Tammy.
All right, go ahead.
Hey man, so who you think gonna crack first? Who you think is gonna be the first person to come out and try to, actually explain away their position in the debate?
Trump.
Which position do you think it'll be? Which position do you think it'll be?
He's like, I beat Kamala, Kamala, and it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. I told you. What I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Oh no.
I thought it was my best debate ever, especially since it was 3-on-1. People
Hey, you know what?
Tonight.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you this.
There he go. 5 hours ago. There he go.
I'm going to make a prediction, and I want you to tell me if you think that I'm correct on this. I believe that Trump is going to use that situation where they went to commercial on him. He's going to be like, they cut me off because I was telling too much of the truth. They didn't want the world to hear what I had to say.
Oh, yeah, he already called up his people to make the ad. He'll have the ad by tomorrow morning. Nasty work.
Okay, G, thank you for having me up. I'm gonna finish cooking this chili here. I was sitting here laughing, cutting onions, trying hard to pay attention because I didn't want to cut a finger. I'm a blessings to you, brother. B1.
B1. Yes, sir.
Oh, dear God. I was in this ambulance, literally almost trying to stop myself from laughing. That's how hard it was. My partner was looking at me like, what is wrong with you? I can't believe we still none the wiser about where they stand on immigration. Neither one of them. Neither one of them. We don't know nothing. Are they saving it for round 2 or what?
If there is one.
Yeah, I don't know. And another issue I had also is, God, it just lost my mind. You know what? I just can't believe I just wasted. How long was that debate? It felt like forever. Literally, I'm asking a legit question. How long did that go on?
The debate was altogether with the commercials 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, it felt like 3 hours, man. It did. But what do you think is going to happen, man? How do you think the X is going to handle this?
We already on X.
I know. I mean, I sent you a screen grab because somebody used the Snoop meme. I was like, bro.
I saw it. Everybody saying that. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hey, hold on. Donnie and Jeff, don't y'all be arguing over. Nah.
What happened?
Black love. Nah, we're not doing that. Black love over politics. Go to bed, goddamn. Go to bed, goddamn.
I'm going to I'm gonna drop down because I'm getting off my shift now.
All right.
All right, man. Thanks for having me up.
Yes.
All right.
I don't want y'all. I don't want y'all out here yelling at each other over this. Black love over politics. Don't you do it. Come on, we'll take this biased debate and go back into hiding and won't move the needle except for those annoyed by her facial expressions and antics. Oh, and ABC sucks. But he agreed to it. Trump said, that was funny too. He said, where's Biden? Is he even alive? He took a dig at AKAs. All he said was she should have met with Zelensky and them, or no, Netanyahu. And she said, I need to go to this sorority shindig in Indianapolis. I mean, that's the truth. We saw it. But then she talked to him the next day. I'm just saying. Heading to my first Congressional Black Caucus event, I'll probably be the only Republican in the room. Okay, so have fun. Trump isn't no knockout blows. That's true. Who won the presidential debate? The couch. I'm finna write that. The couch. President Couch won. I can only take so much shit. I'm about to watch half and half. Get some. Come on, I'm not staying on the black question. Not good for her though. But the shills they're gonna cover her, so it's all good. We have a president that doesn't know he's alive. Get some. I can't stand trouble at all, but that motherfucker's fun. That motherfucker said, yo, they out there eating dog. Them Haitians they eat dogs in Ohio. How you say that? Bruh. The lady in the wheelchair was Tammy Duckworth. And she is a senator. I mean, technically they did hit 90 minutes. It was just 15 minutes of commercials. That was great. I wonder if somebody got that clip. Trump and Haitians. I need that again. I need that again. Here you go.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening.
He actually said it.
And it's a shame. As far as the rallies are concerned, the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
I've ever seen.
And this
I
is
can't
what's
believe he said
happening
it.
in our country. And it's a shame.
Oh
As
my
far as
God.
rallies are concerned, the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned,
God, I can't believe he said it. I cannot believe he actually said it. Bruh, he gonna get killed in the morning. My God. Joy Reid is writing a 35-minute roast job on this man. Oh my God. Eating pets. Let me see if somebody else got it, bruh. Oh my God. Nobody won this debate, you fools. No, play that shit. Oh my God. Phil Lewis, they took you down, bruh. They took your clip down.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
He
of
said
the
it so seriously. That's the best. That's the thing about the whole deal. That's a good question. Peter finna come for him. Peter about to be boots on the ground in Ohio looking for these alleged Haitians eating pets. They're gonna be going up door to door like Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh my God. Good evening, sir and madam. Is your pet inside the house this evening? Because if they not, would you like to give us a picture of them so we can go search for them for you? I can't believe he said it. Oh. Oh, Lord. Did you watch the debate? Oh, you did? You said what you said, yo. They eat the dogs. Oh my God. And then he asked her if she was black. He's like, I don't know if she's black or she Indian. I don't care. He wanted her to say it. And she didn't answer it. He could have won the debate right there. He would have had the presidency if he asked that. Because then he could have just said, yo, so she's lying about her identity. What else is she lying about? Bruh, it would have been over. She'd have to drop out. He had her. Oh, it's stuck in your head, Torian? Cool. We're going to make it permanent.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Oh my God. Bruh, how does he say it? Yo, let me tell y'all something. If you got a pet, you finna look at your pet differently now. Trump might have brought pets and humans closer together now. Not like that, you nasty motherfucker. I can't believe it. He actually said it. The boy not sharp. Trump, you're not supposed to say that. And the way he said dogs, just like a New Yorker, they eat the dogs. He's like, my God, the poor dogs. Hey, can we pour? Trump is like, can we pour out one for the? Can we pour out one for the Dobermans?
You want some more?
We might have more. Can we pour out one for the sausages? The schnauzers, I'm sorry.
You want some more?
We might have more. Can we pour one out for the Pomeranians?
You want some more?
We might have more. Trump said they're eating the Chihuahuas.
You want some more?
We might have more. Trump said they over there eating the German Shepherds, including the ones that used to have the bell around their neck.
You want some more?
We might have more. They eating on the Huskies.
You want some more?
We might have more. The golden retrievers ain't so golden no more. Now they call them red retrievers.
You want some more?
Might have more. They over there eating on. What was that one? They eating on the Great Dane. Scooby-Doo ain't safe.
You want some more?
You might have more. There you go. They eating on them pit bulls, boy. Them pit bulls be looking shocked as hell. Like, I'm supposed to be the one that's supposed to bite on somebody and not let go.
You want some more?
You might have more. The Dachshunds. Oh, yes. The Dachshunds. Or I think I'm saying that right. It's late. Leave me alone. This is.
You want some more?
We might have more. You said, damn, you said he was eating on Snoopy, and Snoopy, barely talks, so he can't even tell you where it hurts.
You want some more?
We might have more. Damn, you say you was eating on Old Yeller. God, dog.
You want some more?
You might have more. How y'all letting? Wait a minute. Trump said he was over there eating on goddamn Cujo and him.
You want some more?
I have more. Oh my God. Hey, Trump said over in Ohio, because you know how they said that he was over there, they was down there eating on them geese and them ducks. They said, right? I want y'all to hear this. They said that they was over there and they saw the critter called Airbud and they started eating on him.
You want some more?
Jersey and all. God damn. How y'all gonna eat on Airbud? The corgis ain't safe.
You want some more?
Might have more. Run spot run. I can't believe he said that either.
You want some more?
He might have more. Oh my God. Facts. He ain't on Buck from Married with Children. Ain't that a bitch?
You want some more?
Might have more. Has anybody spoken with Brian Griffin?
You want some more?
Might have more. Fake news. Allegedly. Turner and Hooch. Jesus.
You want some more?
He ain't on Spike the Dog and Spike and Tyke from Tom and Jerry Kids. Ain't that a motherfucker?
You want some more?
We might have more. They ate on them alien dogs from that cartoon back in the day.
You want some more?
We might have more. Santa's Little Helper. Damn, that went after Santa's Little Helper.
You want some more?
Might have more. All dogs go to heaven. They ate every single one.
You want some more?
Might have more. No, Garfield was safe. Odie was fucked.
You want some more?
They went after Odie. How y'all don't even leave Odie alone? Come on, bro. Leave Odie alone. Wait a minute. That's wild. Y'all out of line. Hold on. Oh my God, no. Oh Lord. I gotta calm down. Let me calm down.
Who cares? But yeah, I feel absolutely nothing for them.
Yes, sir.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets. that is going to be stuck in my head. Oh, wow.
Oh my God, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful piece of tape.
I'm trying to figure out. Okay, we talked. Didn't you talk about that earlier?
Mm-hmm. I said they were going to bring that up when they were going to bring up the Haitians.
Wow.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
How do you say that? Oh my God! You say he ate Goofy. Come on, Goofy was gold. But he a dog, so he was fucked.
I'm gonna just start randomly posting that. Like,
oh my God!
You want some more?
Oh my God! I can't. And Max, you might get his absent mama too. Jesus. Yo, they ate the water dog from Darkwing Duck.
You want some more?
Might have more. Ate the Beagle Boys dogs? Ate the Beagle Boys dogs?
I think so.
Oh my God, they ate the Beagle Boys.
You want some more?
Jesus Christ. I can't believe what we just heard.
This is why Cruella DeVille can't make her coat.
Talk.
You want some more?
They ate one half a cat dog.
You want some more?
Oh my God. How did he say that?
Now we know what's eating Gilbert Grape, the same thing that ate the dogs.
Damn.
You want some more?
Oh my God. I wish I had my Lassie soundbite. I would have been like, Lassie. Oh, Lassie.
That had to be the most random. That had to be the most random thing I heard all night. And we heard quite a bit in that 90 minutes. But
Man.
that right there.
Did you see when I played when I went over Ted Cruz?
Mm-hmm.
Bruh. Now, how do you say that? Yes, sir. Huckleberry Hound. He said, "Oh my darling, oh my."
You want some more?
That's what the Haitians said when they passed the Huckleberry Hound around. Do you want some more? That's wild. I can't believe he said it.
Yo, what's good, you guys?
Yes, sir.
What's going on?
I'm good, man. How y'all doing? The debate was ridiculous, man.
Pour one out for Courage.
You want some more?
And Underdog. But Underdog can fight. Underdog can fight.
You want some more?
Get one for Bat Dog, too. Get one for Ace.
You want some more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nah, I'm just saying, man, the debate was ridiculous, man. I mean, Trump already won on immigration. Why does he keep beating the dead? Like, he was beating the dead horse the whole debate.
No, he beat a dead dog.
You want some more?
Okay, he was beating the dead dog the whole race. I'm like, you already won on immigration. How about you focus on the country? How about you focus on issues that you're not winning in, man? But he kept on bringing up immigration.
Because he's a narcissist. And by the way, the Georgia Bulldog, their mascot, you need to hide him. Put him in witness protection.
You want some more?
Poor Balto.
Yes. And poor Balto. Fact.
You want some more?
Rin Tin Tin, you in trouble.
You want some more?
Cujo.
Yeah, we said that, but we'll do it again.
You want some more?
That's all right. They're gonna have Scooby Doo out there looking for lost dogs now, trying to find those mysteries.
The Steiner Brothers dog, you better watch out.
You want some more?
And Cody.
You want some more?
Lord have mercy. The Westminster Dog Show, you better have extra security.
You want some more?
Now we're not
the little thing on the little thing on Chilligan Islands that wasn't a puppy.
You want some more?
We're not dissing the Haitians here. This is just jokes.
I still can't believe he actually said.
I still can't believe it. Hold on,
he said that, and I was like, "What?"
Let me finish this off.
You want some more? Do you? All right, bim, bam, boom. Somebody get this nigga out of my way.
Yeah, we're gonna leave McGruff alone. McGruff got a trench coat, so he got a little bit of protection. McGruff about that crime life, but it's all right. Bruh, he had her. All he had to say, she never answered the question, is she black or is she Indian? He had her. He let a worm out. Damn it.
True. He should have pinned her down on that, man. Like she tried to even. No, the
Like
question was
being pinned down. Don't say that.
The thing was he had her and he completely just ignored it. He went on to another topic, man. She went on for a whole paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs about other things, and that's how she evades her freaking question, man. I can't see how people are going to live through it, but I will say that these Democrats are getting ready to shield up because that Haitian comment about eating dogs, they're about to go full racism either tonight or tomorrow morning.
You're going to wait 24 hours to say something, then you're saying that it might be true. Y'all should have been out there when you first saw the first memes. You should have been out there saying, what the hell are y'all doing? They let it ride. Where is the National Action Network? Where's the Rainbow Coalition? Where's BLM? Where's Ben Crumb? Ben Crumb should have been threatening to sue everybody. Where's the Breakfast Club? Where's the Native Pod?
It's only September 2nd.
Speaking of which, you think he's gonna get donkey of the day for that comment tomorrow?
No.
I think he will.
Why would he get donkey of the day for that?
Because Charlamagne the God. What do you think he's doing?
Yeah, but
Fake independent.
but you have proof that they were doing this though. That
It
that would
doesn't
be
even matter
stupid.
with proof.
But it wouldn't make sense for them to do that. They'd get clowned for doing it. Because people will be in that comment thread saying, but you literally have reports of this.
That's crazy.
I've been monitoring some of these Democratic shields, man, and they're pretty much reporting to their base. Don't be on X because it's a bunch of misinformation.
Oh, so you're supposed to go to Instagram and Facebook because they've been knowing that. They've been telling the truth.
I don't know where they're going, but the hub is where the ordering line or the orders that's been sent down is don't be on X, don't be on these misinformation platforms like Rumble. That's the order I've been hearing.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure the pundits tomorrow will say something.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably. I wonder what CNN is saying. That's where I didn't check.
Have you checked on Saturn rings?
I don't even know if she's still up.
Hey, I can do
No, you know
better.
what? She might be. Rachel Maddow and a team. Oh, she gotta you gotta have Bob Saget lead the charge. Let's see. Let's see who. Come on, give me some.
Hey, I can do you one better. Hey, Torian, I can do you one better. I bet Ricky Smiley's gonna be on his news station tomorrow, his radio station tomorrow, crying. And he said these Asians, he said they eat dogs.
I bet you. Hey, I bet you they're gonna be Black American tomorrow.
Amen.
They're gonna take all them flags out of their bios.
Oh yeah. Look. Taylor Swift, really? This is what we doing? Oh my
Can't
God.
see anything.
Oh my bad.
Yes, I did decide this yesterday.
Yeah.
This
Look,
is a new
how much did you
candidate.
write?
It's a new candidate for all of us. And so I
Childless
watched a more
cat
than
lady.
90-minute debate. I
Bruh.
watched this candidate against the other candidate,
people
and I
wrote
thought
this.
about it, and here
Look
I
at Joy.
am.
Green,
And
black.
here's my endorsement. The timing on it is absolutely exquisite. The wording of it is flawless
They're
and
sitting here
perfect,
sucking
right down
off
to the cat lady
Taylor
stuff.
Swift.
It is, for someone who's never been impressed
with the
by a
booty.
celebrity endorsement, this is perfect and
You've never been impressed.
There's also
but-
something that is
from a celebrity,
amazing
but Taylor Swift
non-bookends
impresses you. Boy, we
about
in
the
trouble.
Taylor Swift endorsement and the Dick Cheney endorsement.
Yes.
I'm just going to say, same campaign. It's
big
enough
coalition.
for it's
Big
really
coalition.
them. Really big coalition. Let's bring in Alex Wagner and Claire McCaskill, who are in Philly at the site of the debate. Alex and Claire, what did you guys think?
We don't care.
Whew, that was fun.
No, it wasn't.
There were moments I
It wasn't that. Okay. All right. You want to go check in on your boy? Van
Let's do
Nessa?
it.
Let's see if Van
Oh,
Nessa
no.
saying something.
I thought you talking about Bussy Martin.
Okay, so Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris for president. Okay, that's wonderful. That's great. That's really gonna move the needle. Who cares? Yeah.
What Donald Trump
According to some people, a few months ago, they said that Taylor Swift moved the needle more than Beyonce.
unemployment
Yeah,
since the
okay.
Great Depression.
Okay,
and
okay.
what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
So the Biden-Harris administration was not actually left the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. They were left a 6.4% unemployment rate in January 2021. That was certainly elevated by recent standards, pretty high, but it was significantly down from the 14.8% level it reached early in the pandemic. So it was already improving at the time the Biden-Harris administration took office. And that 6.4% level was the highest since the Great Recession. So in the last 20 years, not going back decades further. Anderson?
Daniel, thanks very much. A lot to go through. We appreciate it. One
He
other
mad.
thing on the Taylor Swift endorsements. It's interesting. In her statement, another
God,
thing she
who
mentioned, she said
cares?
recently I was made aware that AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the danger of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion that I need to
This
be very
is breaking
transparent
news.
about my actual plans for this
Yo, we
election
cook.
as a voter. Interesting that she's citing Donald Trump or somebody in the campaign, I don't know where that site was, but it's a Trump-related.
It's
site.
another self-owned. I mean, they were really dumb to bait her because she was standing on the sidelines. We were hoping she might come out, but they keep doing dumb stuff on this campaign. The stuff around eating animals and cats is pissing everybody off. They just pulled Taylor Swift into the fight. This is a very, very disastrous night for Donald Trump.
Can I give a quick shout out to
Where
JD
was the
Vance, who
disaster?
introduced
Maybe
into
I
the
missed
bloodstream
it.
this childless cat lady?
Yes.
That now one of the most powerful celebrities on the planet is using to endorse against Trump and Vance. He also was the potential future vice president who tweeted out this lie about immigrants eating pets, which was now echoed on a debate stage tonight. This guy has been a disaster from the outset. I'm biased. I worked for Mike Pence, but he brought people into the fold. This person runs people out of the fold, and he is steering Donald Trump to his absolute worst instincts, which Kamala Harris was able to exploit every single time.
Can you say he's guilty of a feline?
I just want to know.
Oh my God! Now we gotta leave. What?
I didn't even know. I didn't even know Jay. I didn't even know Jay left.
I didn't know either. But what the hell was that?
A feline. Back to you, Bob.
Come on, bro. Come on now. So that's all I'm gonna say.
What? God. A feline. Jesus Christ. God, they can't tell jokes.
They really can't. That was about as flat as Taylor Swift's backside. Oh, Jay's back. He had to go push Abbott in his wheelchair. Give him
all the way up to the border. Now I went on X and it just exited me out on here. I was on there for like 1 minute and it just kicked me out from over here.
All right. Well,
what I miss?
Well, Haitians, you gotta figure this out. You definitely got to figure this. This is y'all's problem.
Yeah, I didn't like the fact that he put it on the Haitians, man. He could have talked about the apartment complex, which is a video that's well known, but he shouldn't have, went on to the Haitians, man.
Really?
But guess what? You know what's so funny? Remember what happened during his administration? Wasn't that under his administration with the whip?
No, that was Kamami and them. That was 2021.
Okay. Well, and they were Haitian too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, look at that. You have one that has Haitians being whipped under one administration and under another one that's trying to get back in, saying they out here eating animals.
Mm-hmm.
And talking about the same exact group.
To the Haitians, I asked y'all, what are y'all going to respond? How did Howard Stern? How did the female Howard Stern get on Trump's plane?
He's the female Howard Stern.
Yeah, Lauren Loomer. They say she flew with Trump to Philly.
Oh, I tried to come up here to speak about her eating them bison treats, and she ate two little.
No, she had like the little what they call that. Like you take a little bit, whatever the fuck they call that. I don't know.
Either
Bites,
way,
I guess
she dipped in the bag twice and said how good it was. And she got the nerve to sit up there and talk about us all day with her looking like that.
All right. So who do you guys think going to do the most tomorrow, man? Out of Roland, Ricky Smiley,
Roland's live right now.
Oh, is he? Okay, I'm
sure he is.
Scope it out.
Let me see.
I want to
I'm
see
sure
who
he
does the
covered
most
it
tomorrow.
Let me see.
I was actually watching a bunch of people. And I was looking down their numbers.
Yeah, he live right now.
How many people you got in this chat room?
You say he got 20,000 watching right now.
I don't believe that number, but okay.
No, it's right there. You can't inflate the live numbers.
You can't.
They put on did you see that this article that they put up on ABC News, and it says how Nimrata, Kamala Harris, and ramen noodles share an Indian ancestry, and their families had similar journeys.
Yeah, I told you. As soon as Ramen Noodle said he's for Pacific migration, I was like, there you go. There it is. They want more Indians over. She said it. When she talked about AI. Most people didn't pick up on it. She wants them folk over here to control the AI.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Got to focus on Congress. All right, Roman, you got 20,000. Shout out to Black Alpha with his 2,000. Let me see if Tatum Tots is live. He should be. Bastard. Yep, he's live. He got 6,800. Okay. And he probably telling them nothing in there that is smart.
Same talking points.
Whatever. Yeah. I think we had fun.
What they need to do, what they should have talked about, is how can you find Joseph Couch? It's amazing. It's amazing they was able to find his weapon, but they can't find him.
Of course not.
You know what? And that just happened the school shooting. Why did that? They didn't bring that up. They didn't bring none of the actual issues up. If I was Trump, I would have went. I would have derailed and be like, "How are you going to let East Palestine get chemically terrorized by that train company, and you guys haven't done nothing about it?" This is what he should have hit them with. What they've actually done nothing for during the administration. Trump had so many opportunities, but he didn't do anything.
The Confessions of a Narcissist. Keep
True.
it all about me and only me.
He could have, bro. He would. I mean, if that was me on the debate stage, I would have handed
Stephen
her.
A. Smith just said that Kamami wanted. Okay. All right. I mean, that's how you feel. That's how you feel.
The independent, the so-called independent.
But he ain't no independent.
Yeah, he not. He self-describes himself as a independent.
Yeah. Okay.
Just like Charlemagne.
Charlemagne gonna vote like a South Carolinian and vote Trump.
Really? Okay. I would assume he would vote Harris. All right, man. I'm gonna be looking forward to the whole competition tomorrow. So that's gonna be pretty good to watch all these cools come out.
I'm actually looking, on X, and people are actually some of them are actually the ones that we know are actually being honest in their critiques about what they saw tonight. Now, unlike that fool you showed up there earlier saying he got over a cold, we already know he already had his bias in tow. And Jay, I feel bad for you because that's another fool you got living in your state.
Who?
I don't know, bro.
Terrence K. Williams.
That fool live in Texas? Ah.
Yeah, he live in Austin.
He live in Austin? That is, I mean, he must be living in the poverty side of Austin, man. They ain't taking care of him that good.
I guess.
Nah, man, Austin's expensive, man. That's the capital. I mean, when it comes to spending money, that's the place, man.
Oh, yeah.
And it's crazy because when they asked 45 about immigration protocol, which is supposed to be his top selling point, he just went to a whole nother realm. That's why I said neither one of them have a plan for it. They don't have a plan.
Hey.
It's too far gone.
Well, I think what Trump, his plan will be to get somebody in there that will be able to carry out his ideas. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to be focused on something else, but he wants to get somebody in there that he knows is going to carry out his ideas. With Harris, she don't care. She don't care if the borders are wide open. She don't care about none of that, man. She's talking about these first generation, the homeowners. Just the language by itself is kind of disturbing. And I see people out here defending that. I saw, I'm not going to say the YouTuber name, but he was out here defending that first generation. Like, bruh, you can't really defend that because the language is first generation. It's not first time home buyer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But before we go, we're going to leave you with a little bit of song. Get some.
Order something. Huh?
Roast cat with string beans. What did you order? Roast cat with string beans. Order another one.
That's how Trump was describing what was going on in Springfield.
Damn. I like to say it's damn on that, man. He shouldn't have said it, man. He shouldn't have
He's
said it.
MAGA. MAGA, anything that's viral, they're going to mention it.
Of course. And MAGA will fall.
Mm-hmm.
The
Even
house
if he
of
wins,
MAGA
MAGA is rendered redundant.
Ha.
And I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you saw how Nick Fuentes was crashing out. That's why I had to do that stream today. He looked like he was about to be moved to tears. That's why his video cut off so abruptly. He had to have a go. He had to do like the Brian McKnight song said, "One last cry."
Fucking fuck him.
Fuentes. Hey, see, him and Roland finally got something in common, man. Like when they forget to shut off their screens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Bruh.
we need that though.
I don't know, man. I feel like the debate, man, if I was going to grade it, I'll give it a 4 out of 10. None of them really brought anything new. Kamala was able to dodge too much. Trump held her to the fire. Trump also didn't get off the goddamn immigration crap. He just kept on talking about it. So, I mean, he's talking about a topic that he wins on, but he should have moved on to other topics that he can pull people to his party for. So I give it a 4 out of 10 because it was pretty pathetic, man.
As the world turns.
So Khalees is just gonna do videos showing her ass. Okay, you got it. I'm going to bed.
You know what's so crazy? While they
What's
debated, it was a thing of who won and who lost. At the end of the day, we didn't win.
Yeah, we won nothing. We didn't learn nothing. Except
Facts.
most people now found out that she copy and pasted Biden's policies on her page. And by the way, we looked at it, and every section underneath it has Project 2025. So there's that. So it is what it is. The owner for the Clippers. That's great.
Yay! And why should I guess?
Fuck him. Maybe she should ask him why their version of Winning Time sucks so much. But, it is what it is. Anyway, y'all, hopefully you learned something. If you did, I done my job. If not, I'll try to be better next time. I'm going to sleep. I'll see y'all on Saturday. I ain't finna do no more streaming the rest of this week.
Peace out, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Right.
And yes, it is in like 22 minutes. It will be 9/11. So, prayers to those who lost family that day or you were injured. Because I like how they didn't say nothing about that. But it is what it is. That's how much they care about your people in their citizenry. But it's okay. This debate was, in a word, hell. But hopefully I made it a little more palatable for y'all. So we're gonna go. But before we do, y'all take care, stay safe, and you know what to do when the agents of chaos come to mess up your existence.
Is a living, breathing insult to my existence.
Wait around. Yep. Start, yeet, and get out.
Time's up.
But did we have a good time here? Hello?
At the end of the day gotta end.
And that's it.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.